Good morning and welcome to the Grande Prairie City Council 2014 Budget Review. Welcome everybody. This is a great opportunity to go through a list of a substantial number of items that have been referred to us by previous council and a few others. We're going to start off the morning, I understand, with a presentation, and then council will get into reviewing the various items that have been referred here, but I'll pass it over to the city manager and you can introduce your team. Mr. City Manager.
Great, thank you, Mayor Gibbon, and welcome everyone to our 2014 budget review. Our leader of our presentation this morning will be Susan Walker, our Acting Director of Corporate Services, and she'll be assisted by Don Sauvé and Celine Duffy. And so if I could just pass it over to you, Susan, and take it away.
Thank you very much, Greg. Mayor Gibbon. The agenda for today will cover a summary of the 2012 and 2014 plan, the 2014 revenue and expenditures that are available to us, recommended review process. We will go through referred items by service area, and we'll talk about the summary of tax implications. Now, to bring to your attention, late yesterday afternoon, a budget request came through email, and council needs to decide whether they wish to add that to the agenda.
Okay, thanks very much, Susan, for that. So this is council's budget process. I suppose if we had somebody show up this morning, I'm not sure that we would not give them the opportunity to be presented. Is that council okay if this is included, and then we'll sit with the others? I don't think so. No. Okay.
No.
Right. Okay. Okay. So the city manager pointed out there isn't a formally adopted agenda of items, and so if there's a walk-on, then I suppose we give that opportunity for anybody in the community to be heard. Okay. Okay.
So where is it?
So the administration will highlight this when it comes up in the appropriate service area.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, ladies.
Okay. So.
Councillor Radburn.
So I'm just, after we go through the list, I felt that there was a missing item that was referred. So can I mention that?
Sure, please.
At some point. I don't need to do that.
Well, let's just highlight it now. Administration may have it.
So Leisure Center Capital Project.
Leisure Center Capital. Okay.
Leisure Center Capital.
Okay.
We've had, it was approved at a certain number, and I need an update as it's my understanding that we may need more monies to support that project. So I'd like that on the list, please.
Okay. Good. So that'll give administration at least enough time to ensure that when community living comes up that they can present on that. Okay. Thanks very much. Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. So within the 2012-2014 operating and capital budget plans, there were a number of issues that administration has already addressed, and we wanted to bring that to your attention and so that you're aware of the changes that have been made up until this point. Shortly after we produced the budget document that council approved in the first place for the 3-year cycle, there was a loss of county fire agreement. They decided to have their own fire service, and so that was a $2.2 million loss of revenue. We had a transfer of corporate services to Aquaterra, which was an additional $2 million loss.
Ladies, did you have this on as part of your PowerPoint?
Yes.
If it is, could we have that PowerPoint up on screen so council can see it in the public? Thank you.
There was the annualization of the multiplex, which was an additional $4.2 million. We incorporated modified hours for the leisure center, and we held the line with no new additional staff except for the new facility that was under construction, which was the East Link Center at that time. We increased the street lighting program by $750,000. We also increased residential snow removal by $750,000. There was no other additional change to service levels. Within the plan, we used $4 million from the Financial Stabilization Reserve to moderate property tax increases, and we used an additional $1.7 million of the MSI funding in the operational plan. Ms. Sauvé is going to speak to the changes for the capital.
Okay, so during the past 3-year budget, we had a conditional contribution to the Philip J. Curry Dinosaur Museum of $1.8 million. It was conditional on construction actually starting on the museum. Because construction has started, most of that money has been transferred over to the Museum Society for the construction. We do have a small amount still left in the 2014 budget that will be transferred when we reach 2014. We did some upgrades to the curling club and the live theater. We did put in, as Councillor Radbourne mentioned, $4 million for the leisure center upgrades. That money has not been spent pending the architectural drawings and things. We did the development of North Bear Creek. That planning is underway. And we also applied $4 million to an industrial attraction strategy to have some more industries come into our city. As well, we've completed the Gateway soccer fields. There have been some major improvements to Muskosipi Park entrances and to the park itself. We have the funding for a downtown transit transfer terminal, pending where that transfer terminal will eventually lie. We have the construction of the north side snow dump. There is a budgeted amount there. I know that hasn't quite been constructed yet. We also, in the 3-year plan, we had road projects that totaled approximately $51 million. That includes storm sewer maintenance. It includes the rehabilitation and also some sidewalks and pathways. We also added the downtown sidewalk rehabilitation program of $100,000.
So this is where the property tax started.
Sorry to interrupt. I see one question, Councillor McLean.
Don, I was just wondering about that snow landfill. The previous council did allocate certain funds for the second landfill, didn't we? Did we allocate funds for that?
The snow dump?
Yeah, the second landfill when the annexation's through. Was it?
Snow dump site.
Yeah, the snow dump. Yeah, I called. Yeah, was it $3 million?
That's a very good question. Give me a quick second. I have my capital plan here.
Maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask council members to hold off on questions rather than administration digging out information on every item. We'll wait till the service area comes up, and if you had a question about something that you heard here, maybe we could ask it when the appropriate director is speaking in the service area. And so in this case, it'd be community safety. So we can get through the initial presentation. This is basically laying the groundwork. So
Yes.
let's get the groundwork done and then get into the work before we really start taking things off track a little bit. Is that fair enough? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Councilor McLean. Continue, ladies.
So this is where we started out with the original 3-year cycle. 2012 was 4%, 2013 was 3.7%, and 2014 was a 3.3% increase. With the changes that have been made, additional revenue sources that have been accessed, revised budget have ended up 2012 4.0 obviously, 2013 ended up as 1.56% increase, and 2014 is currently sitting at a 1.8% increase today. In 2014, there are a number of revenue adjustments that administration is suggesting that council approve. The first one being the 2014 contingency. There's general funding of $1.2 million available for use. There's an additional property tax growth of $700,000. Additional property tax penalty revenue, we're estimating at $100,000. We can increase the interest earned on our reserves by $1 million. Our franchise fee revenue will go up by $767,000. We have municipal policing grant that will realize an additional almost $77,000. Our debt servicing, we have a debt servicing transfer of $149,000 that we can use. We can increase the court fine revenue in both enforcement and in RCMP by $400,000 and $170,000 respectively. And we have a small policing grant to help with members of $150,000. Some of the revenue adjustments that we're recommending be made is that the Eastlink Center membership revenue be adjusted down by $345,000. There's an innovation recognition program that actually came from Council's strategic priorities that we'd like to include for $10,000. There's a transfer of MSI operating to capital of $750,000, and building permit revenue is expected to be less by $500,000. As expenditure adjustments go, when we built our 2012 to 2014 plan, natural gas rates actually have gone down since then, so we realized savings of about approximately $365,000 that we would like to include. So, our funding summary. We have funds in the revenue area of $3.1 million available, plus an additional $365,000 of expenditures that are available, for a total operating surplus of $3,471,261. So you have a few options before you today. You can choose to spend the whole $3.4 million, and that will incur a tax increase of 1.8%. So if you chose to spend the whole $3,471,000, you would incur a tax increase of 1.8%. If you chose to expend $1,821,816, you would have a 0% tax increase. And if you expended nothing, you would actually have a negative 2% tax increase. Or you can choose to do something in between that. Or above. Exactly. Yep.
Okay. So maybe this is a good point to stop for questions. So does anybody have any questions for administration on the information that's been presented so far? Just sort of the basic lay of the land. Councillor Rice?
What's the difference between the municipal policing grant and the police grant? They're in there twice.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Councillor Rice, the municipal policing grant is actually a replacement of the old municipal sustainable, what was it called? It was a carryover from the old municipal provincial funding that came from the province. And now we allocate the entire amount to policing. So that actually has increased. The second grant, the $150,000 one, is an additional grant that we get for actual members, and so they help offset the cost of additional members.
So that's a federal one.
Actually, no, that's a provincial grant as well.
If I could, and somebody could correct me on this, a few years ago, the province had the Premier's Initiative, under Premier Stelmach, there was Premier's Initiative on policing. And under that initiative, the province had additional funds for more members across the province. And so if I'm remembering correctly, I think that may be it. Councillor McLean?
Susan, just wondering about the Eastlink Center membership. Is that up or down? The number's down, right, from 500?
Thank you, Mayor. Given Councillor McLean, yes, the membership revenue is actually we're projecting it being less than what is included in the budget. So that would be a loss, yes.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, good. We'll just take regular breaks so everybody gets a chance to, okay. Councillor Rice?
I'll follow up on that. Maybe I should wait until the service area comes up. But I know that we have encouraged usage there, you know, with provincial government employees, so on and so forth. Were those factored into the budget, or were those, I guess I know what where I'm trying to go here, but is the decrease in revenue partially due to policy changes council made?
Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mayor Given. Perhaps our community living director could speak to that.
Sure, that'd be great. Mr. Roth?
Our 2014 budget was based around a projected operating model of having upwards of 9,000 members by the end of the year. We've currently leveled off at around the 5,000 mark in terms of members. We have a lot of initiatives to try to attract new members to the facility. We do attract members. We sell memberships just about every day. The challenge is that we also lose members, and we do follow up with them as to see why they let their membership lapse. In most cases, it's one of two reasons. One, they've left the community or they no longer live here. Or the second reason is that they find that they're just too busy. They're not using the facility as much as they thought they would. It is nothing, there's very few negative comments about the facility. It's those primarily two reasons. So realizing that we are a long ways under our mark, that is why we're recommending the adjustment in the revenue under memberships.
Okay, Is that the detail that you're looking for?
Sure.
Okay, Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one more question, and then probably end up going to committee or whatever. It's been brought to my attention quite a bit is that if you're not with the city or whatever, you only could be by a year membership, but for some young families, $1,000, $1,100 right up front is hard. So maybe they might look at it monthly and do a plan of sign-in. I think that would help membership. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. Okay, any other questions for administration at this point? Seeing none, okay. Then we'll continue on, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mayor Given. This next section is an opportunity to talk about the types of capital grants that we have, and Ms. Solvay will speak to those.
Okay, so our first is just our general capital taxation. This is already included in that 1.8%, and currently we have just about $3.7 million that has been unallocated. This was due to when we did the 3-year capital budget. Council at the time took a very conservative stance, and they decided not to fund off 2014 projects and leave a small balance in our capital tax. We also have the Alberta Municipal Infrastructure Program. This is a grant from the province that is complete. These are merely funds we have not expended from allocations in the past, and it is sitting at $1.3 million. That money does have to be spent before the end of 2015. I believe it's the March 31st, 2015. We have our basic transportation grant. This is $455,000. Our municipal sustainability initiative, we have unallocated funds of $2.4 million. The federal gas tax fund is sitting at $1.3 million. I also included some of our reserves, the two largest ones, our facility renewal reserve at $7.3 million. This reserve is intended to be used to maintain, renovate, and eventually replace our current facilities. As well, we have our future expenditure reserve unallocated funds of $380,000. These funds are received from money unexpended in past capital projects. They do accumulate in this reserve and can be spent for future capital projects.
Excuse me, Councillor Rice.
Facility renewal reserve. We've already taken $4 million or something out of there for the leisure center.
That actually was from our surplus.
Okay, so if we were to do something more at the leisure center, it could come out of there.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Answers those questions. And ladies, we've received some feedback that if you can, try to speak into the microphones. I think sort of for all three, it's a little bit difficult. So we already, it's good to know that people are watching. They're watching and they want to hear what you have to say. So make sure that you can.
They're soft spoken, unlike council.
Okay, well,
We'll work on that.
we'll work on it.
If we could get the presentation back up, we'll talk about the long-term debt. We have our long-term debt held in 2013 of $137 million. Our debt limit of $179 million is per our policy, 350, and that policy is sitting at 80% of our legal debt limit through the Municipal Government Act. So we are sitting at a 77% usage at the moment. Our estimated 2014 balance is $136 million, and our estimated 2015 balance is $138 million, almost $139. Now, these estimated balances include the request from the airport to have an additional $16 million transferred to them for the renovations to their runways.
So, administration has a recommended review process that the administration will go through the referred items and will provide backup information on each of the items for council. If a councillor wishes to have a referred item considered for funding, they must flag it as administration is introducing it. If the item is not flagged, then the item falls off the list and it disappears. So If it's flagged, then council will have an opportunity after all of the referred items have been introduced for discussion and debate, if that is a reasonable process for you.
This part of the process is always a little unwieldy. There's a fairly substantial list of referred items, and so we'll have a very, very brief sort of introduction of the item. There's an opportunity for council members, if they wish to discuss it further, to have it flagged. Ideally, if we're flagging items, it should be because you have an interest in funding that item. If you just have a question of information about that item, perhaps we could leave that for another time. If it's a question of information that you need to decide whether or not you would want to fund it, fair enough. Maybe you can ask that briefly when the item's introduced. In the past, what's ended up happening is we have every item flagged and then we talk about every item anyways. And there's always at least a few in there where people go, oh, okay, that's fine. I wasn't planning on doing anything with it anyways. And so we do have a pretty big list. And so ideally, if you're looking to flag something, it's because you would have an interest in seeing that considered for funding, and that you'd be willing to potentially make that motion when we go through the flagged items. Okay, so understanding that there are some that you need to have a little bit of information to decide whether or not you're in support of it. So that's fair game, but let's try to keep it to a minimum, and we should be flagging things that we're interested in supporting and including in the budget, because none of the items that are reflected here are included in the budget. We will need a motion on every one of them to actually have it reflected in the 2014 budget. I think that's sure, and I think that's kind of it. It is always a little bit difficult to manage this part, but we'll make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak on every item that they wish to. I see a few folks in the queue with questions or comments, and we'll start with Councillor Clayton.
Possible to have or see the slide again that had the possible potential funding, including the reserves? Just it was there so quick I couldn't write them all down.
Sure.
Just so I know beside. Thanks. Perfect. Thank you.
So this,
Might be useful to give us a hard copy of that.
yeah, I wonder if we could have a hard copy of this as well as the one. So these are funds that would be limited in their types of use, right? These are specifically for capital. So, and this is, that was the other thing that I was going to say is, from time to time, myself included over the years, council starts to think we're pretty smart. And decide that we can recommend funding sources to administration. We may have some ideas about how to do that, and we could maybe ask, but ultimately it should be administration picking the appropriate funding source, because we can't get ourselves into trouble and just make the work more complex. So ideally we should be talking about whether or not we want a project in or out, and administration can make a recommendation on funding source. Sorry, just a second. I think there may be additional information that we'd like to have printed. So before you run off, let's just make sure that we get all the information. Okay. Other part that I was going to say is we can also have the opportunity at the end to direct administration to achieve a certain % tax increase. And then they would know that they may have to use reserve funds or something else to do that. So let's try to keep it as a talk about the projects. We'll see how that turns out at the end. We choose, if we see that it's not where we'd like it to be and we'd like to direct administration to use more reserves or something to achieve a certain tax increase, then we can do that. But when it gets to saying this project should be funded by this source, that ultimately should be administration giving us that best advice. Councillor Rice, you had a question maybe for some additional information?
Yeah, can you go back a couple slides? There's that 3 point whatever million.
Yeah.
That. Yeah, can we get a copy of that too?
Are they both in the, okay? They're already in hand, okay?
Okay, and on the bottom of the sheet we have, there appears to be two things that have been melded together. Therefore, the City Hall first floor redesign project, the comments for it don't match with.
Yeah, I noticed that in one of the items that we were, council was circulated, referral item 27, Where's the other one, Helen? Oh, 27 and 24 have the same description. So one, the title is different. One is the City Hall first floor redesign on item number 24, and number 27 is Downtown Association budget request Z-Brick and gateway entrance features. But the description of both describes the City Hall renovation. So, so we'll just make sure that when those service areas present, that they present the accurate details. Councillor Radburn?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I think, yes. Yeah, that's an example of something that's on our referral list that I don't think should be. There was a motion, read the Z-Brick and entrance features that we would, I don't think the motion says we're referring to budget. The motion was that we would have further discussions with admin and downtown associations, dialogue relative to what really we want, and that would bring a number probably to the next budget cycle. So I guess those kind of things we talk about when they come up on the referral list.
Yeah, I think we'll, as they come up, so if I'm understanding the process from here on out, the directors of each service area will present the referral items that are in their service area. Is that how we're going to do it? Or Ms. Walker, Ms. Sylvia, were you going to do the directors are going to go. So the directors are going to speak to the items in their service area. So I think if we have some details or a point like that, then we can raise it with the director at that time. They can clarify, and then we can decide how we're going to handle each of the items. Okay? Okay. Okay, so I don't see anybody else in the queue. Looks like we've got all our requests for information straight, so we can get those additional printouts, and we'll move on to the next part of the presentation.
Okay, so as Mayor Given suggested, we will go through each service area, and the director of that service area will speak to budget referrals. For your information, total referrals are $17,906,975. Of that, $1,419,031 is operating, and $16,487,944 is capital. So corporate services is first, and the first item that we'd like to speak to is a referral for the Centre 2000 roof project in capital. The notation indicates that it is funded, and there is $200,000 identified in the 2012 capital plan that Council had approved previously. The Centre and the $200,000 was to cover the cost of asphalt shingles. The Centre 2000 board requested that this be changed to cedar shakes, and so that's why the committee referred the item to budget deliberations. In the interim, the roof has undergone an additional inspection, and it's believed that the $200,000 is sufficient for replacement of the damaged shakes that are there now, and that that will address the immediate need of the roof repairs. Administration would also like to evaluate a new roofing material that looks like cedar but has a 3 times longer life expectancy, and that project would be brought forward to the 2015 to 2018 capital plan.
See, Councillor McLean.
When I just sat on the board, previous council, and that 200,000, which is allocated now, is going to fix the shakes, but that'll also fix the eaves-troughs from 4-inch to 6, and all the fascia and downspouts. That's going to be all included in that 200. Would I know that? Would you know that?
Thank you, Mayor Given. Yes, there are other projects proposed, and administration intended to come forward after the shake replacement was corrected, after we knew how much money was available for those additional projects.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor. So this is the point where we should. So this is already funded. Administration isn't asking for additional money.
No.
So if we're just asking questions about the project, maybe those are questions we could ask offline, unless somebody's looking to take this out or to add additional money to it. So I do see a few other people in the queue. This is the first one that we've come up, but it starts off that it's one that's actually in already. So, Councillor Logan.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be saying anything because I think you just told me I shouldn't be saying anything about it, but I remember a tremendous to-do when the building was constructed and the support from the forestry industry over the fact that these were cedar shakes. And I'm wondering if that question has been part of the evaluation by administration on what is done. To slip in now and put in asphalt shakes would be a little bit of a sad comment on the original building and money that was contributed at that point.
So I see somebody else popping into the queue. So I'm not going to get into discussion. I'd like to direct us away from discussion and debate on a project that's already in, that administration did say would be reviewed if there was any change, sort of to Councillor Logan's point, that would come to the 2014, 2015. So we would see that.
As long as we have the opportunity.
Yeah, and I believe I heard administration say that ultimate sort of review of the building material would be referred to the 2015 budget reviews. So unless somebody wants to change this funding source by adding more money or deleting the $200,000, I'd suggest that we move on.
Okay, so unless we flag it, it's in.
Unless we flag it, it's in. It's already in.
It's already
So this is already funded. So if somebody wants to take out $200,000,
So if it's not flagged, it's in.
that's right.
Okay.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I'm still a little twisted over that. There still is the question about the details of the project. And if I'm not satisfied with those, how do I decide whether I support it being in or out?
So I think I heard administration say that this and the ladies can confirm, this $200,000 is in for maintenance. Well, Susan, if you just want to confirm the details of what the $200,000 is for.
Thank you, Mayor Given. The $200,000 is in and was approved in the 2012 capital plan, and it is intended to repair the cedar shakes that are damaged on the roof right now. And so it will be more than sufficient to do that project.
Okay, with the current material. Right? So no change, just fixing up what's there. Okay, Councillor Rice.
Just wanted to confirm that that money would
I
stay.
will clear the queue. I think we've had a lot of discussion on a project that's in, unless somebody's looking to change the project that's already in. Councillor McLean, you're in the queue. Do you want to delete this money?
No.
Okay. Well, then we've heard from administration that this item will come back at a future meeting.
Did Kevin get
Okay.
this?
Ms. Walker?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Given. So the second item on the slide is City Hall first floor renovations. It is an estimated budget of $500,000 that's still needed. We currently have $200,000 approved in the capital plan. $125,000 in each of the years 2013 and 2014. The request it came about as an initiative to improve customer service and address some functional issues on the first floor. The project would also relieve some of the space issues on the third floor. It would also address the North Conference Room and would increase the amount of seating in that area. It would improve the lobby area and would move the front counter, the front customer service counter, up closer to the elevator doors. So
That's all the details at this point. So, question, Councillor Rice?
I'll flag that.
Okay, Councillor Rice will flag that one for consideration later on. Okay, and we'll move on to the next.
So the next item is in the community growth area, and I would ask the community growth director to speak to those items.
Ms. Ferguson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item that we have is the Crystal Center Economic Impact Parking and Traffic Assessment. And this is a carry-on or the next step in terms of the Crystal Center expansion. The economic impact is a higher level detailed report. The deliverables in that would be, it would summarize the visitor attraction and spending impacts associated with an expanded facility, and it would also address potential funding sources and potential financing structures for that expanded facility. Total cost for those two items is $92,000, and we are recommending that that come out of the facility. There's two areas that could be funded from. The first is $72,000 from the facility renewal reserve, and there's also $20,000 unexpended from the Crystal Center expansion master plan that was completed earlier this year.
See Councillor Rice, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Item flags the Crystal Center reviews. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item is the Crystal Center upgrade trusses and rigging grid installation. And this is a recommendation for $2,656,000. This is to strengthen our truss and rigging in the Crystal Center so that we can allow for more heavier loads in terms of lighting for different events that would be providing entertainment in that facility, such as concerts. And the work could be done in June and July of 2014 and be ready for the 100th anniversary homecoming event, which will be held on the long weekend in August.
Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice flags that item.
So I'm sorry, just to,
if you
particularly thick this morning.
Sure.
What does
Count-
it mean
so
by
count-
flag this?
Councillor Logan, if you'd like to ring in, just so that we can make sure that the people that are watching can hear your comments. So please ring in or turn your microphone on. Okay, go ahead. Councillor Logan.
What is meant when Alderman Rice says she's going to flag this item? Specifically, what's meant?
Sure. So when an item has been flagged, it will come back towards the end where council will be looking to vote on whether they're in or out, or whether they remain out. This is sort of gives council an opportunity to do a first look at all of the items, and there may be some where there's no action needed, as on the first item. There may be some where there isn't an appetite to address an item, and so we choose to let it go by, and sort of intended to be a winnowing. We'll see whether it works that way or not, but that's the intent. Okay, Ms. Ferguson, do you have any more in your area?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item deals with economic development initiatives, and this was a referral from Council Committee of the Whole, and it's a $50,000 operating amount that would be used for economic development initiatives such as contribution towards perhaps regional initiatives that might be proposed through the different partners such as the Chamber and the County.
Okay, see Councillor Rice. Okay. Councillor Rice flagged that item. Okay, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item is a request from Community Futures for the Northern Alberta Youth Entrepreneur Camp, and this is operating funding that they were asking for. They have requested $10,000 annually for 3 years.
I'll sorry to cut you off. I see somebody in the queue already. So, Councillor McLean.
I'll flag this, Mayor Given.
Thank you. So just in terms of brevity, if I see somebody ring in, obviously I'm going to assume that they're ringing in because they want to flag the item for consideration. I'll interrupt and save administration having to go through and give details that they'd probably give again later on. Okay. Go ahead.
The next item is the 100th anniversary funding. This is a request from the 100th anniversary committee.
They're quick on the draw. Councillor Clayton. Councillor Clayton flags this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my items.
Okay, thank you. So the next service area that we're going to go with, community living, Mr. Roth.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. The first item is the Leisure Centre program operating funding. The Leisure Centre program current budget was based around an operating hours of 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. When staff had looked at the business planning for that model, they wanted to increase it to 82 hours per week, so roughly a 30-hour-a-week increase. The model is still based around a programming and sport development model where focus is given to school groups, swimming lessons, the swim clubs, and so on.
Okay. I don't see anybody ringing in at this point. I see Councillor Rice. Okay. Councillor Rice will flag that item. Okay.
The next item was a request from the Grande Prairie Boys Choir for sustainable funding. In the past, we have provided some specific grants or fee-for-service type basis. We do support another group in terms of being an ambassador for our community, and administration had recommended that we create a line item for the Grande Prairie Boys Choir as an ambassador for our community and build it into our budgets for the amount of $11,000.
I will, I'll flag, no, Councillor Logan? Okay, yeah, I was going to flag this item, thank you. Okay, Mr. Roth?
The next item is the Bear Creek Pool facility. Last spring, some of you recall that we had significant frost heaving damaging to the deck and the basin, the tank of the pool, making it significantly damaged. Initial assessment of the damages. It also included some refreshing of the pool.
Mr. Roth, sorry, I see Councillor Clayton.
Item.
Okay. Yeah, and on that one, I was noticing the same thing. On that item, when we get to further discussion, when we're talking about budget, we're going to need to have an amount. Obviously, that one said undetermined. And so when we get to the detailed discussion, hopefully administration will be able to provide us some. We're going to need an amount if we choose to include anything in the budget. Okay. Continue on, Gary.
The next item is the Grande Prairie Sport Council.
Councillor Radburn. Okay, thank you. There. Now we're catching our.
The next item is the community space at the Isabel Campbell School, capital contribution.
So can you just, this one is a little bit different than the others. This is funded already. Council is committed to this. And so can you just speak to why it's here at budget, Gary?
So council had approved moving ahead with this project with the amount of $500,000. Council had funded it, but referred it to this project or to this process to ensure that we take a look at maybe the funding source and determining that we have the correct funding source for the project.
Does administration have a recommended funding source for this project at this time? So ultimately, we'd need to amend the capital plan to reflect that funding source in this project. So we'll need a specific motion to do that. When would administration be prepared to give us that recommendation, or should that wait till the end? Sobe?
Wait till the end.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So this one is already funded. It's here more of a technical reason to ensure that we get the right funding source, and that's what I spoke to at the outset. Administration, I think, depending on all the other decisions that we make, at the end we'll say, okay, the appropriate funding source for this would have been that. Okay, thanks very much. Mr. Roth?
Next item is the outdoor rink at the Montrose Cultural Center. So this would be a outdoor rink that would be placed in the south side of the Montrose area, south of the Montrose Cultural Center. That would provide public skating opportunities for groups or private or just residents of our community to use.
I'll flag this item. Okay.
The next item is the off-leash dog areas as identified and already presented to committee. This includes 4 areas primarily in Crystal Ridge, Royal Oaks, the west side of Crystal Ridge, and a fenced-off area, a larger fenced-off area at the South Bear Creek, which would be an expansion to our existing off-leash area.
And I'll flag this item.
The next item is a request that we received from the South Peace Ball Association to assist with a playground.
Councillor McLean.
The next item is a capital funding request to look at demolition of the hillside social housing units.
See Councillor Radburn.
Flag this item, please.
Thank you.
The next 2 items actually work somewhat hand in hand. The first item is additional parking as per the parking implementation plan at the Community Knowledge Campus.
See Councillor Clayton.
I'll flag this item.
And the next item is same area of town. It is the sports field development at the Community Knowledge Campus as well.
Councillor Clayton.
Flag.
The next item is a request from the Grande Prairie Women's Residents Association for additional funding towards.
Cool.
Okay.
I'd like to flag this item, please.
The next item is a request from the Downtown Association for additional operating funds to be placed.
Councillor Logan. Thank you.
And the next item is a more of a budget adjustment in that Peace Library Systems budget is based on a per capita calculation. When our initial budget was calculated, our population was at a different level. Our population, official population has changed, and we need to make that adjustment in the budget.
Thanks very much. I see Councillor Rice. So this is recommended to be funded, and I think by council, well, by contract, we're required to do it. So it's ultimately just there because we will need to have a formal motion to amend the 2014 budget to reflect this. So, okay, thank you. And just so council knows, the presentation administration's handing around now has the slides of each one of these, so it may be a little bit easier for you to keep track of where we are on all the different items if you wish to make notes. Okay. Mr. Roth, was there anything else for community living?
Yes, Your Worship, there still is. The Grande Prairie Fastball Association has requested sponsorship of hosting the men's and women's senior men's provincial fastball championships and senior men's and women's Western Canadian fastball championships in the summer of 2014. The sponsorship amounts range, of course, as any sponsorship, from upwards of $10,000 on the premium side. Plus, there would also be some gift in kind involvement.
Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Gary, I thought that at committee, and Mr. Mayor, that Kirsten thought that there was flexibility in our present operational budget to support this.
Mr. Roth?
Yes, I was actually just going to say that, is that we do have operating funds from our 2013 operating budget. We could cover this.
So is that, that would be a funding source. We'd still need to choose to include the project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Roth?
Your Worship, I believe it would just be able to go to committee. If we're taking it from the existing 2013 funding, we could just bring a report back to committee. This was only brought to committee at the last Community Living Committee meeting earlier this week, too.
So then would we say that that one's one that's off the list and will be coming back to committee for consideration?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I think that was that, oh, Mr. Roth.
We also want to speak to the additional item that was added, because it is a community living related one. There's no slide for it. As of yesterday, Karen on the Boulevard had submitted a request for an additional $75,000 to assist in leasehold improvements to the first floor of that building. They are developing that building with the intent of having a group of community agencies working out of that building, including Seniors Outreach, Parkinson's Society, and a couple of other similar related community agencies. The initial cost estimate to do the leasehold development is approximately $150,000, with the developer agreeing to pay 50% of that and looking for additional funding for that.
Okay. So that's the additional item. I don't see anybody ringing in to flag it. So it did make it to get presented, and so we'll let it pass by the look of it. And that would probably be the end of, Councillor Radburn, do you have a question?
Yeah, so the item, the Leisure Center project is community living. So Gary, do you want to speak to it now?
So Leisure Center Capital, right, Councillor Radburn? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly from previous budgets, we have $4 million set aside as a result of our 2012 surplus. For that project, the staff have not completed the design work to be able to present that to committee, but our architect is advising us that $4 million will barely address the tank and mechanical and structural issues that we have in that facility, and we will not be able to do the cosmetic and the remake of that building as council had directed us in the past. So he is suggesting an additional 2 million would increase the budget enough to be able to do the revamp of that entire building.
Councillor Radburn, you're on.
So can I flag that then, please?
Sure. Okay. So Councillor Radburn will flag the 2 million for the Leisure Centre. Okay, so that was community living. We'd move on next then to community safety.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Okay, the first item on our list is a request from the Grande Prairie and District Burn Society. They're requesting $50,000 to replace the existing safety trailer. The existing safety trailer is reaching the end of its useful life, so they need to buy a new trailer to provide training for fire purposes.
I'll flag this item.
The next item is a request from the Grande Prairie and area safe communities. It's
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'll flag this.
Okay, thank you.
Next item is the extension of 101st Avenue between 98th Street to 97A Street for an amount of $550,000. This is to complete work in the Monrose Aberdeen area. It's part of a project initiated years ago.
I'll flag this item.
Next item is related to the previous one, is traffic signal installation on the 101st Avenue and 98th Street.
That being the case, I'll flag this item as well.
Next item is the completion of a pavement on 124th Street between 143 south to the city limits. This is for design and construction for $2.5 million. Currently, the road is gravel and it's very difficult to maintain, and with the installation of traffic signals on that particular intersection next year as part of Alberta transportation, it would be important to develop this road to a full city standard.
I'll flag this item.
Next item is several geometric upgrades in different locations of the city. Minor adjustments like acceleration, deceleration lanes, dedicated turning lanes, minor improvements on different intersections with a total amount of $300,000, and this is for design and construction.
Councillor Logan.
Next item on the list is related to the storm sewer. It's a capital item, manhole and catch basin adjustment and replacement.
Like that one as well.
Thank you.
Next item is the new storm pond that is south of 99th Avenue, west of 102nd Street. It's design and construction for $400,000. This is in order to reduce erosion from the water coming from downtown entering into the creek, and some biological treatment as well.
Okay. I don't see anybody flagging, so we'll move on. Councillor O'Toole.
Like that, I've got some questions to ask after.
Next item is pedestrian capital. It's the Muskosipi Park Trail from 102nd Street to the Pavilion, $50,000. We have a potential source of funding here, so it's just to remind council that we may use funds from remaining from the 105th Ave rehabilitation project.
So just to be clear, this would be one that isn't adding additional monies to the budget. It would be just a change of funding source or to recognize funding from a previous year. Amending the plan. Sylvain?
It would be to include it within our capital budget. This project right now is not included.
Thank you. So I'd flag this item.
Next item is a downtown sidewalk replacement for $100,000.
Councillor Radburn.
Next item is the replacement of a narrow walking bridge over Bear Creek near 72nd Avenue for $300,000. The current bridge is very narrow, and it's difficult for parks maintenance vehicles.
I'll flag this item.
Next item is the Grande Prairie Catholic School.
Sorry, I see Councillor McLean in preemptively for the next one.
I'll flag that.
Okay, so Councillor McLean is going to flag the pedestrian pathway.
Okay. Okay, and the last item will be the 92nd Street twinning between 104th Avenue and 116th Avenue. This is only for design, not for construction, for $200,000, and this is due to traffic congestion and safety concerns in the area.
Councillor O'Toole.
And that concludes the community safety presentation.
So the 26 was in the community living. That was the Downtown Association request about flower basket watering. It was covered under community living. Number 27, this is the one that Councillor Radburn highlighted. Does administration have any additional information on what exactly that motion from committee was? Was it a referral to budget or?
The committee referred to administration to meet with Downtown Association to clearly define the areas where the said brick replacement from the grass will be located.
So was this a motion, was the motion to refer to budget, or was it to ask administration to do some work and bring it back to committee?
That's correct. Refer to the second one. Yeah.
Okay, so that the recommendation from committee was not a referral to budget, but a referral to admin to do some more work on it and bring it back to committee. So that one is not on the table today. Okay. So that's all of our projects. So now we have an opportunity to go through and get into the more detailed discussion. So we'll go back to the start of the list. As we go through now, administration will kind of do a little bit of a repeat of just introducing it. I'm sorry I didn't have the sheet to be able to keep track of everybody who flagged them from the start. I started partway through. Ideally, if the person that flagged the item should be the one that would speak to it. If you had any questions of information that you needed answered, you could ask them. But then we'd be looking to move to a motion fairly quick so that we can be discussing and debating something rather than discussing and debating and then nobody willing to make a motion at the end anyhow. So I think from the start of our list, 70,000 roof project was, we recognized that one was in and is moving along. The City Hall first floor renovations capital was one that I had highlighted. Councillor Rice.
I just wonder, is it possible to do a smaller scale project? I don't know who could answer that.
So this would be for Ms. Walker, I think. This would be corporate services. And so can you give us a bit of a review of the project and its evolution to now? And Ms. Walker.
Mics aren't on.
Excuse me, that's...
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Walker.
The first floor renovation project came about as a customer service initiative in recognizing that the flow of our front entry wasn't very welcoming, nor was it conducive to our customers readily recognizing where they should go to receive service or where they should go to access other services on the other floors in our building. But we hired a consultant, and that consultant made recommendations. First of all, had interviews with a number of people that work and visit this facility, including members of council, and got some additional information. So through that process, the north wing of the first floor was also included in the project, as well as the lobby area. With the addition of those two areas into the project, it has, of course, increased the price. Now, should council choose, I mean, there is certainly the ability to either phase the project in as pieces and do so if the North Conference Room by itself, which would add additional seating. It would remove, by removing some of the smaller rooms the south of that north conference room. And that would be at a cost of $114,000, $115,000 thereabouts.
I see a few folks in the queue. So again, I'd like to get to the point where we're looking to make motions. So again, fair enough to ask a few questions, but we want to get to the point where we're making motions as well. Okay? Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Mayor Given. The previous council, Susan, they allocated $250,000 for customer service in the front end, right?
There is
Ms. Walker?
That's correct.
This was an add-on. Okay.
That is correct.
Councillor Radburn?
To Councillor McLean's, so we can have that first count, the customer service counter stuff done with the $250,000.
Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mayor Given. No, that is, according to the plan that's been developed, the cost of just the south wing and moving some staff from the third floor to that south wing would cost $435,000. So our $250,000 that was approved previously is not sufficient.
Okay. So I'm the one that flagged this. I obviously can't make motion, but I'll speak to it and see if there's anybody on council that'd be, interested in picking up that motion. I think that this is important. I'm more interested in the customer service portion of it. This building is essentially a reused office building, and it wasn't designed with the type of customer service in mind that I think we're looking to deliver today. And I think this project, the customer service portion of it, I'm not as concerned about the committee room, but the customer service portion has the ability to address some of those issues. I see Councillor Logan in the queue.
Thank you. I'd like to move that we proceed with the customer service changes in the lobby area and the south wing, and leave the north. It's not included in my motion.
Okay. So just for clarity, then I think administration had a number of what that would be to do the south wing. Ms. Walker?
So altogether, to do the south wing is $435,500, and to do the lobby would be an additional $154,200. So that's $589,700, and we have $250.
So the balance is, somebody quick on the calculator.
$289,700 or thereabouts, if I added right.
So
239. Sorry.
230.
Right.
Okay, so Councillor Logan, the south wing and entryway, leaving aside the committee room, would require 239,700. Is that your motion? Just so we have the specific number. Okay. Okay. So Councillor Logan's accepted that. So his motion would be to include $239,700 in the capital budget for City Hall entrance, lobby, and south wing renovations. Okay. So we do have a motion on the floor that's in order, so we can discuss and debate that motion. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'm all for the customer service in the lobby, but I'm not quite so sure about the legislative service. I think they do quite a good job on the floor they're on, and how that was brought in by administration, and what would be the cost saving if they stayed where they were and we just hit customer service with the lobby. Would that make a difference if that was taken out?
Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mayor Given. Councillor McLean. It would make very little difference to the price of the project. The main cost is the move of the front counter forward, and then installing a couple of extra rooms just behind the counter, just behind the front counter desk. So that is the main cost to that South End project. And then it would also, if we chose not to do that move, it would also not alleviate the space on the third floor that we were hoping to accomplish.
I see Councillor Clayton.
Sorry, I just want to clarify the numbers. Can you tell me again, based on the motion, what the total price is plus what's already there?
Okay, so if council, Thank you, Mayor Given. That's good, Councillor Clayton. If council chose to approve the lobby area as well as the south wing, it would be a total cost of $589,700. And we already have funding in the capital plan of $250,000. So that leaves a balance, and that's the motion is for $239,700.
Thank you. It would be 300, that's the math that's.
Okay. Well, I'm doing it without my.
No, that's okay, I just
Thank
wanted
you
to
very
double check
much.
because it's a big difference, so.
Okay, so thank you. Thanks, Councillor Clayton. So Councillor Logan, that still meets the intent of what you was including those two projects. So the amount is $339,700. Okay. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Rice.
Maybe my question is to Mr. Sherback. When we look at this project, are we looking at all components so that we're not doing ridiculous things like adding a customer service desk in the lobby that we never planned to have anyone man? So it just sits there like a giant albatross. So are we saying, God, we did that, it worked so well the first time, let's do it again?
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Rice. No, this one, the plan is to have the desk manned. There's an operational piece that goes along with the capital. So, yes, that's covered. Thank you.
Councillor Radburn.
Speaking to the motion, I won't be able to support the motion. I'm quite comfortable with the $250,000 we've allocated for this year. If we could extend the project into next year and look at complementing some monies next year, but to have it all in this year's budget, I can't support. Just a reminder, $16 million is what the capital requests. I don't think we dropped any of them in this list. So we have to prioritize each of us, and this isn't one of my priorities. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Councillor Tarrant.
I agree with Councillor Radbourne. I think that there are other priorities at this point, and I believe that there are some more affordable changes that could be made to improve customer service at City Hall, and so I won't be supporting the motion.
Councillor Clayton.
Is there an opportunity for phasing in this based on the motion? Based on what the motion is proposing to do? Is there an opportunity to phase this, or does it have to be all done at one time?
Ms. Walker?
Mayor Given, Councillor Clayton. My understanding is that we could phase in the project and do it as, one section at a time. I believe that would add to the cost of the construction. It's cheaper to tender a project all at once and have it done all at once as opposed to, piecing it together, so that it could potentially add to the cost.
See Councillor Logan?
Speak to close the debate when that's
okay. I see Councillor Clayton had additional comment.
With the $250,000 that's already allocated, what will be done if it was just left at that?
Ms. Walker?
I believe that we could do the lobby area with that money, and we'd have a small amount left over, or we could conduct City Hall facility efficiency and do the whole building all at once. Have a consultant review the entire building. So there are some things that we could do, or we. But with the $250,000, we had that we could either do the North Conference area or the lobby, but not both, and not the front counter or the south wing.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Clayton.
So I'd like to make a motion.
There's already a motion on the floor, so you can either you could look to amend the motion, or would vote on this motion if there's a follow-up motion. So, your choice there. Do you have any action coming then? No. Just to speak to this before I pass back to Councillor Logan to close, a couple of items I think that maybe haven't been adequately reflected. This project has worked sort of within administration to this point. I think the intent of the south wing renovations and bringing the third floor down is it was identified that the majority of customers that come to see us at City Hall, if they're not coming to the front counter to pay a bill, are coming to the third floor. We're basically forcing them to go up through the elevator, and essentially what we're doing is the intent was to bring the staff closer to where people would walk in. I think that's appropriate. I also support the project bringing that counter forward, the regular customer service counter that we have where you pay your bills. We'll ensure that there's a face when somebody walks in, and ideally, I believe that the intent was to not need to have a person sitting specifically just to be there to greet people. It's the fact that the people that were already sitting there to do other functions would be moved closer where people would come in. So I think that there's some good efficiencies there that are part of this project. So, Councillor Logan, do you want to close?
Yes, I'd like to close by saying that I think the largest wasted space we have is our entryway at this point, and that if we can increase the usability, the utility of the main floor entrance, we'll have the room to give better, more complete, and more welcoming customer service to people that come into the building. That's why I believe this one's important. In the scale of the projects that we're looking at, this one is not massive, but I think it will have a massive impact on our people as they come into City Hall to conduct their business.
Thanks very much, Councillor Logan. So with that, we'll close debate and I'll call for the vote. And the motion is add $339,700 to the budget for City Hall first floor renovations. I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion does not carry, so we'll move on. That will stay funded at the $250,000 level that was in there from last budget. And we'll move on to Crystal Center Economic Impact Parking Traffic Assessments and Community Growth. I think that's our next one up. Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this item is to take the Crystal Center expansion study to the next step in terms of looking at visitor attraction and spending impacts of an expanded facility. And it would also identify potential funding sources and a financing structure for the Crystal Center expansion. Potential funding sources could be from the Facility Renewal Reserve as well as 2013 unexpended funds from the expansion study.
Okay. Councillor Rice.
We're supposed to make a motion before we speak to it. I'm not prepared to make a motion. I believe that we have to wait for the new MSI funding formula to look at the expansion of the Canada Games Arena, and as such, I believe that doing this at this time would be totally premature. So, if anyone makes a motion to include it, I'll be voting against it.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Rice. Any further discussion or debates?
Process terms.
Councillor Logan?
Just in process terms, is she forbidden from making a negative motion?
Well, it's already not funded. So to move to not fund it again would just be like trying to stomp on it when it's already dead. So that, you know, unless somebody's looking to make a motion to include it is kind of where we are on the majorities. Councillor Clayton.
I don't know if I flagged this item. I may have, but I flagged it because I wanted to speak about the project, and I support Councillor Rice. I won't make a motion in favor of it.
Okay, thank you. And so is there anybody that would be looking to make a motion to include this in the 2014 budget? Seeing none, then we'll move on to the next item. Crystal Center upgrade trusses and rigging grid installation. I see Councillor Rice.
Fund the Crystal Center upgrade trusses and rigging grid installation out of the capital budget. I believe this is really necessary. Certainly council has received a lot of criticism in terms of less shows than perhaps some of our neighbors. One of the problems we've had is that we don't have the grid system, a truss system that's strong enough, and a rigging system that's strong enough to support the installation of some of the equipment these new acts bring with them. You know, gone are the days where a guy grabs an open mic and sings. They have huge equipment requirements, and we simply cannot accommodate that. So I believe that this is a logical step forward. I believe one day we will expand the Canada Games Arena. I don't think that'll be for at least another 3 years, so I think we can't afford to miss out on opportunities in the next 3 years.
Okay, so Councillor Rice makes a motion to have this included in the 2014 capital budget. So discussion and debate on that motion. Councillor McLean.
Mayor Given, this is one that just speaks out no to me, but I will say yes, depending where it comes from. Would ask administration for this amount, would it be able to come out of the facility renewal reserve for an upgrade?
Or administration. Solveig?
I don't have the number from the facility renewal reserve.
So the question is, and again, keeping in mind that we'll let administration make the recommendations about appropriate funding sources, is this a project that would be appropriate to come from a facility renewal reserve?
It would be appropriate to come from facility renewal.
Would I be able to add to the motion amendment or no?
So at the outset, I asked council if we could let administration give us their recommendations on appropriate funding source, because we may choose a whole bunch of projects and they may have a way to help us achieve a tax increase that we would like to see. So there's two different parts. Let's talk about projects and then give administration some direction at the end on, given all the projects that we want in, what tax increase level we'd like to see. Because they could, if we said we don't care about the tax increase level, administration could say, okay, fine, it'll all be capital tax and we'll increase taxes to pay for them. If we said we want to keep that tax increase low, they may recommend using more of our reserves. So there's a different discussion there based on what council's direction is.
It's looking towards that way, so that'll help me in my decision. This is why I'm asking, because I don't want taxes increased.
Well, so there's two parts to that. You can decide whether you want to support the project now as the project. You can choose to say, no, I don't support it as the project. And at the end, administration, we will get a chance to tell administration what we'd like to see the tax increase for 2014 be.
Thank you, Mayor.
So you'll have some flexibility to give direction there. Councillor Tarrant.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion, but I just want to clarify something first. Now, it was my understanding that out of that $2.6 million, $600,000 was for the rigging upgrades, while the $2 million was for the trusses. Now, it was my understanding that the trusses could be done independently of the rigging, and that the rigging was sort of a really nice to have. It would make operations a little bit smoother, but it was not as much of a requirement as the trusses. Is that correct?
Ms. Ferguson?
Mr. Mayor, the trusses, the truss work would be the $2 million, and the lighting and grid rigging would be $600,000. I don't have the information as to whether one could be done without the other. I will try and get that.
So I believe that's what was presented at the meeting, was that the rigging was a really nice to have. So I would like to move, now I'll get some direction on the Robert Rules of Order here, but I believe I can split the motion to have us vote on the $2 million for the trusses and then the $600,000 for the rigging.
Sure. So we can split that into two parts. That's probably the simplest way to deal with it. So we'll split Councillor Rice's motion into $2 million for the truss upgrade and $656,000 for the rigging grid installation. Okay. So that's the intent that you had.
Yes.
Okay. So motion to split. So we'll deal with the truss upgrade first, since it's first on the list. So we'll have discussion and debate. The motion is now split, and we'll deal with the truss upgrade first. Is there anybody that would like to discuss and debate the truss upgrade? Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Given. I'd probably be looking at saying yes to this amended motion and splitting it. But what worries me is this started with the previous council at $400,000 and it turned into a $2 point some million project. And that's what's got me very, very concerned. So I am for this project proceeding, but I wasn't for how it was brought forward and then passed along.
Councillor Radburn?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I will be supporting this motion. I believe this is all about at least protecting and possibly increasing events that we can host in our fair city, so that we're in the game, so to speak, with our neighboring municipalities. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Radburn. Councillor Clayton?
Thank you, Mayor Given. In regards to this project, I will also speak in favor of it. I do believe that regardless of what the future sees for the Crystal Centre in regards to expansion or potential other facilities, in the meantime, we continue to lose business, and we need to look at opportunities to make us be a premium service provider for concerts. In regards to the split motion, I do have some concerns in regards to not doing the rigging, in the sense that it's great to have the trusses, but if we want to continue to be competitive in the entertainment business, we need to be comparable. So, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. So we'll deal with the truss upgrades, and then we'll have a second round, if we want, discussion debate on the merits of the rigging system. So any further discussion or debate on the truss upgrade, the $2 million on the truss upgrade? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. Motion carries. So now we will we can have a round of discussion debate on what is Councillor Rice's motion that was split on the $656,000 on the rigging grid installation. Councillor Logan.
Well, I'm always sympathetic to efforts to save money. I think that to just do the trusses and not the rigging would be an example of penny wise and pound foolish. It's something that is needed part of the infrastructure for the facility for the groups that are coming in there, and that's a significant revenue source and important to the whole community. So I would urge council to vote yes on the rigging.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Logan. Councillor Rice.
I'm almost annoyed at agreeing with someone. Councillor Logan stole my saying. I believe, and I'll repeat it because I believe it bears repeating, to not fund the rigging would be penny wise and pound foolish. I think this is extremely important in terms of keeping us competitive, and I urge everyone to support the motion to include the rigging.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tarrant.
Not supporting the motion. I believe that, in light of the $16 million that we have presented, I think we need to look for efficiencies here and there. And it was my understanding that the rigging upgrades would be beneficial. It would definitely help out, but it would not be detrimental in terms of retracting shows. That's the trusses was the main thing. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tarrant. Any other discussion or debate? I'll just take a second then to lend my voice to say that I won't be supporting this. As Councillor Radburn mentioned, it's a significant capital plan. On each item, we're going to have to decide where we fall. On this one, I think with the truss upgrade, we're addressing the substantial issue. I think something like the rigging grid installation could be considered when we move to the next level of renovation to the Crystal Centre, should that happen. But essentially, with the truss upgrade, I think we've addressed the major deficit in the building. Any further discussion or debate? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. And that motion carries. And so that $656,000 for the rigging grid installation will be included. And we'd move on to Economic Development Initiatives Operating Funding, $1,000. So this is operational, not capital, just to clarify. So it's slightly different from the others. And I see Councillor Rice, thank you.
We fund $50,000 for economic development initiatives. The last council had made a decision. We put $4 million away for what we identified as industrial attraction strategy. That meant that we don't know what's upcoming, but by golly, we want to be ready for it. It proved to be an extremely wise decision in that we were able to immediately proceed with projects that could increase our tax base. There has been discussion on some economic development potential from our economic development office, the Chamber of Commerce, the county. I am suggesting we put this money away in case something comes of these discussions and we are able to move very quickly in terms of looking at economic development activities, probably predominantly regional, that could put us in good shape. I think it's a small investment that would allow us to be extremely nimble time-wise.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rice. That motion's in order, obviously. Motion to add $50,000 to the 2014 operational budget for economic development initiatives. Discussion and debate on the motion. Councillor Tarrant.
Just a question. I'm not exactly sure what exactly type of initiatives that these would fund. 50,000 doesn't seem a whole lot, for economic development, and so I'm just not comfortable, without any specifics at this point, approving this amount.
Okay. So, were you looking for additional information?
Sorry. Yeah. If there is additional information.
Okay. Yeah. So, if there is additional information, you'd be happy to hear it. But at this point, it sounds like it was non-support without that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Councillor Logan.
Thank you. I'm really perturbed by a general motion like this. It's not that specific initiatives. It just sort of, we could have every department of the city say, well, yeah, give us an extra 50,000 so we'll be nimble. I won't be voting for this.
Thanks, Councillor Logan. Councillor Rice.
I think the important thing, as in our last example, is any initiative that would use this as a funding source in the upcoming year would come back to committee to say, here's what we want to use that money for. It won't be just in there to be used at the department's whim. It would come back to committee, but it would save the ordeal of having to try to decide where to take this from an existing budget, identify a funding source, thus taking money away from something else that council has approved.
Okay. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Is it possible to get additional information from? There's nothing.
So I think we've been presented with as much information as there's going to be on this item from Councillor Rice. Okay. Is there any further discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion does not carry. So we'll move on to Community Futures, Northern Alberta Youth Entrepreneur Project operating. This is $10,000 a year for 3 years. If then you could use your request to speak to ring in, and then I'll know that you're.
Thought I did already.
You still didn't use it actually. Just turned the microphone on that time.
Oh, there we go.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I think this is very good. I sat on Community Futures for the last 3 years on behalf of the last council. And what's so good about this is this could turn into like a regional thing as well. The commitment isn't from MD Greenview or County Grande Prairie, but they all sit on the board of Community Futures. And this is a camp that they've had for a few years now. I think last year they do get corporation. They did get some money from Max 50,000, but this will extend it to make sure that it's strong and will survive. And we were rated #1 city for entrepreneurship in Canada. And this is youth. This is a youth camp where they go and learn and develop. And I think this will just give it more strength as it moves forward. And it's $10,000 per year for 3 years.
Okay, so Councillor McLean, you're making that motion to
yes.
include this?
Okay. Should I make the motion? I'll speak.
And just for clarification to administration, we're looking at the 2014 budget. We will do the 2015 and beyond budget. So should this motion be for the 2014 year? Or if Councillor McLean chooses to make a motion for the 3 years, what effect does that have? Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mayor Given. Should this be included in the following budget cycle, it'll be put in as a community request with the rest, and council would need to approve that again.
Okay, I'd like to make the motion, Mayor. The motion to fund Community Futures $10,000 for 2014, 2015, and 2016 for the whole full 3-year cycle. So when it does come to play next year, it's funded.
Okay. So that motion's in order. Okay. So any discussion or debate on the motion as presented? Councillor Radburn.
As I understood, Susan and yourself, even if we approve this motion, what it does is it guarantees the money for 2014, but we will have to relook at it and reapprove it in 14 and 15. Well, yeah, 15 and 16. That's why correct.
Thank you, Mayor Given. It will certainly be included in the future plan, but council will vote on that future plan again, and at that time, could make a different decision if they so choose.
Okay. Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Can I get some more information on this? Is this organization, are they in a sort of a budget crunch, or is this going to enhance their programs? What will the money go to?
Speak to that, Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Given. Speakers on and off. Thank you, Mayor Given. Yes, to Councillor Tarrant. This is not about it's in a total crunch, no, but it would actually, this could turn into a regional where if it goes forward, possibly County, Grande Prairie, and MP will come on board, and it'll make sure that it has legs to continue for many years and eventually won't need our funding.
Okay. Any further discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. And that motion carries. So that will be included. Move next to community growth. Community Growth 100th Anniversary Funding. Is that the next one on our list? Councillor Rice.
I would move we fund 100th anniversary activities in the amount of $250,000. This is a rather difficult one in terms of, we've been at this for several years. It's been rather difficult to get people excited about it 3 years in advance. However, now that we're coming down to crunch time, things are changing not only on a daily basis, but on an hourly basis. Some of the money that we've requested, I am extremely hopeful will not be required, but I think we're at the planning stage where we can't take a chance on that. And certainly, I think by the time we set the mill rate, we will have a better idea of how much of that money we need. There's a whole group of volunteers on the board as well as on the various committees. As you can see, I won't go through this list, although I do feel that trumpets should be playing and confetti should be coming down. We are working with a sponsor that will hopefully pick up the innovation conference. That has not been confirmed at this time. The book is all ready to be published. There's a rather confusing grant from I think the federal government. The book has to be published before you can apply for a grant. So we're hoping that is that not true, Mr. Ollinger? So we will obviously be applying for that, and that'll offset some of the costs of the books. We're working with a group on parks naming. The important place we're at right now is we need to start marketing the events. Community groups and Councillor O'Toole has done a fabulous job of going out and whipping up excitement in the community. For 100 days of events, we are looking at activities that are unique to Grande Prairie, such as the Soapbox Derby. It'll be partially sponsored by the Rotary Club, an old-fashioned soapbox derby. So, and a whole bunch of other activities that we think will be really exciting. What we are asking you for today is $50,000 so the planning for the Innovation Conference can proceed. As you obviously, with all of your experience, you know that booking speakers has to be done well in advance, and they require deposits and all that. Hopefully the sponsor will come through. Community groups are being encouraged to put in applications for events that are unique to the anniversary committee, and we are continuing to work with those groups to find individual sponsors, as the car show. We just got a sponsor for it yesterday, so that type of thing. We don't know how much of that money we will need for the community groups, but we want to be able to be responsive. And as I said, the important thing is an advertising and promotion budget. We continue to dig and make a pest of ourselves to get sponsorships, but I would urge that you allocate this $250,000. As I said, by the time we set the mill rate, we will know what portion of this funding, have a better idea of what portion of this funding we require. None of you, even the youngest, even Rory, isn't going to be around for the 200th anniversary. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and I think we have to do it in the usual Grande Prairie style.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rice. Just want to note that if Councillor Tarrant is around for the 200th anniversary, that's one heck of an I told you so. So discussion and debate on Councillor Rice's motion. Councillor McLean.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Given. I'm totally in support of this. I don't like all of a sudden, but I mean, they're going to need money. 2014 is a couple months away, and this is our 100th year. So I'm totally in support of it. But I do believe that there's some binders Councillor Rice has that we're going to get out more, and corporations will come on board on this greatly. So I don't want to hinder the 100th anniversary committee. I want them to have a great success and celebrate our 100 years. I'll support it.
Thanks very much, Councillor McLean. Just to speak to this, I can't support the full amount. If it was for a lesser amount, I could support that. One portion that I do have a concern about is the community events. The proposal is that there'd be up to $10,000 available for community events that are unique to the 100th anniversary. Certainly appreciate the concept there, but without seeing an actual policy and sort of criteria, that's a pretty significant amount of money. So I would support putting in additional funds for the 100th anniversary. Recognize that there's a lot that's going to be going on, and especially around the marketing, advertising, and promotion. I think we're going to need to do a lot to really ensure that the community is aware of everything that's going to be happening during the 100th anniversary year. So there's going to need to be dollars for that. I would be able to support that, but I won't be able to support the full amount. So, any further discussion or debate? Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. What we were hoping to do for the events was to set up something like Pursuit of Excellence, where the funding would come to a committee, and the committee could debate and supply the funds to the appropriate group and distribute it that way. It wouldn't be just come in, ask for so much money, we give it to you. It would have to go through a board committee, and that's where that fund would go. So,
thanks, Councillor O'Toole, for the clarification. Councillor Radburn.
Councillor Rice, couple questions, I guess. First of all, in terms of the, I know a couple of requests came to Arts Development, and we didn't support them actually, because we didn't think they were really left the legacy or reflected the legacy of Grande Prairie. Yeah, just wondering about that funding too, and what the uptake will be. So, but my question is, what do we actually have for sponsorship? Like you mentioned one thing that just happened, Like, isn't any of this sponsored yet?
Councillor Rice?
Thank you.
We're requesting, first of all, to deal with the first part of your concern, that we pull those funding requests back into a committee of the 100th anniversary. It somewhat was distressing to us that those were put over to Pursuit of Excellence, who had not checked with the 100th anniversary committee that said, what are your goals? What are your criteria? How does this fit? So it's one of the streamlining efforts that we're doing right now. What is funded so far is Aquaterra is totally sponsoring the kickoff down at Muskosipi Park in the amount of $10,000. The Daily Herald Tribune will be doing an event tabloid, which will be a rather detailed activity book. The ATCO is sponsoring the main stage at the homecoming to the tune of $10,000. Chamber of Commerce is sponsoring the welcoming reception for the homecoming event. The college is sponsoring a performance by Ben Hepner, the opera singer. There's $21,000 in various sponsorships that have been obtained for the Innovation Conference to date. The GP Tourism is sponsoring the front ending of the purchase of souvenirs in the hopes that it will be self-supporting. Also, we have yesterday negotiated Rock 97.7 will be the sponsor for the classic car show as part of the activities. And as I said, we have 2 or 3 more that we are just days away from signing. So it was rather difficult, rather frustrating, as I said, to get people excited about it 3 years out. But now it's sort of changing by the hour. So that's where we're at now.
Thank you. Councillor Logan.
Yes, I would like to.
You're on.
Am I? Oh, there's the light, yeah. I'd like to speak in support of the motion. I think this is conceivably another one of those penny wise and pound foolish things, and I don't think we want to be foolish. This is an absolutely major event in the history of our community. I really believe that we need to advance those funds such that trying to fundraise doesn't become the major task of the committee, because then they're not doing what they need to do, which is to celebrate the event. I fully believe that we'll see a surplus there that will come back and be returned to the city, but I don't think we should hog tie them with having to fundraise at this point. I urge council to support the motion.
I see Councillor Rice in the queue, so maybe unless there's anybody else, we'd. Oh, okay. Councillor Rice not in the queue. Any other discussion or debate on the motion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. Motion carries. So we'll move on. And we're into community living. I think that ended everything in community growth. Thanks very much, Ms. Ferguson. And we'll move to community living. The first item that was, and again, sorry, I don't have my flagged unflagged. I believe the Leisure Center program operating was not flagged by anybody for discussion, so we can move on. So that one would not be included. The Grande Prairie Boys Choir operating was one that I had flagged. And just to speak to this, the city does have an established practice with the Grande Prairie Marching Band of providing them, I believe, the same amount, $11,000 per year, and that recognizes the fact that they provide a community service at a significant number of events, as the Grande Prairie Boys Choir has taken on over the last number of years. Most recently, we saw them at Remembrance Day, and we see them at many, many different community events. There is a cost to operating that program, and I just believe that between the marching band, which represents us at many parades and regional parades and other events throughout the year, and across Canada, the Grande Prairie Boys Choir has developed into that same type of organization, where they were just recently, last year, at the National Canada Day in Ottawa representing the city of Grande Prairie. So that's why I would like to see them included at the same level as the Grande Prairie Marching Band. So, Councillor Rice?
With them, I believe the marching band requires that they come to X number of city events each year, like, for example, their Municipal Government Day, Canada Day, that type of thing. Do we have the same type of agreement with the boys choir?
Mr. Roth?
Your Worship, we do not have that agreement, but we could make that a condition of the funding.
Councillor Rice? Okay. So any discussion or debate or look to make anybody looking to make a motion, before discussion debate? Councillor Radburn?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'll make the motion that we fund the boys choir out of operating funds to a tune of $11,000 annually. And just quick speaking to the motion, I do think they're comparable. I think that the boys choir actually were recently in Ottawa, so they have become ambassadors for our fair city, and they do an excellent job of that. And it also would help them. They come to arts development for $5,000 or $6,000 or $7,000 or $10,000 each year. So that would leave some flexibility in arts development funds for other projects. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Councillor Clayton, discussion debate on the motion?
As well as discussion on some information that's provided. Is there a length of time that this commitment is for the marching band, as well as is there a length of time to the motion? Is this just
the motion would be for 2014, so
for 1 year only? And what about the marching band?
The marching band is established practice that's already in the budget and has been in for...
It just goes on forever?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So with this motion, it would be for 2014, and then anything further would be presented as sort of community group requests or the requests along with the next budget the council would set.
Thank you.
Any further discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Okay. Community living, the Bear Creek Pool Facility Assessment, capital undetermined. So we're looking for some additional information. And who had flagged this one?
Jackie.
I did.
Yeah, Councillor Clayton. Okay, so maybe we'll get the additional information so that if there was a motion to come, we'd be prepared to have exactly what that'd be.
Yeah, I thought somebody did.
You did flag.
Okay, so we can talk about Leisure Center. It's the same director anyhow. So, Mr. Roth, so Leisure Center operating. Okay, so Councillor Rice makes a motion to include in 2014 1.2 and change for Leisure Center operating. Councillor Rice.
We are hearing input. We've received input from people that wished to add a stronger program at the Leisure Center. I believe the East Link Center certainly meets a need in the community, but I believe the Leisure Center, open to more to public swimming, also meets a need, a different demographic. And so I think increasing the number of hours there is important.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rice. So that motion's on the floor. Open for discussion debate. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I will not be supporting this. That pool leisure center will not be open before 2014 is finished. And this will be money that's just put aside and then, oh, we got extra monies. I think there's no reason to support this and we can move on.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. Councillor Radburn.
Should either, Mayor Given. I believe that when the Leisure Center opens, we should start with the 8 hours a day that we already have in our operational budget and go at least a year that way to see what the need is before we look at extending operational hours and costs. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Any further discussion debate? Seeing none around the table, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. And that motion does not carry. Okay, so we'll go, Gary, you can shuffle your papers back. So you're ready for another pool for the Bear Creek pool facility assessment. Mr. Roth.
So, Your Worship, as I already indicated, there was significant damage to the Bear Creek pool. The Facilities Department had engaged 2 sets of consultants to do some analysis of the facility, as well as carry out an aquatics needs assessment, just to make sure that we are investing our money in the appropriate way. This information is just received earlier this week, and so it has not been presented to committee. The costs to repair and deal with the issues at the Bear Creek pool, price to fix the pool tank is $550,000. The consultants also identified imminent issues with a number of fixtures and mechanical systems within the building that would potentially fail within the next few years. They've added $496,000 to deal with that, meaning leaving a cost of $1,050,000. A second option available is to not repair the tank in its full extent and instead replace it with a stainless steel liner. That would increase the cost by another $500,000. So going that route would be $1.5 million. The basic repairs are $1,050,000. Going over to the needs assessment, and as I indicated, this is only a draft report, and I realize that committee and council have not seen this yet. Our consultant is not recommending that the Bear Creek pool be made operational. His reasoning and logic behind that is, while it does accommodate needs within the community, needs being that at the Eastlink Center, as an example, we do have some challenges around program instruction, especially towards smaller children, in that the depth of the pool doesn't readily accommodate small children, and there are noise factors for swim lessons. And also, the need is also there for the community sentiment, I guess you could call it that, where people feel strongly connected to an outdoor facility. However, from a purely financial aspect, the cost per swim or per visit basis, the Eastlink Center is actually very much more economical to operate than the Bear Creek pool because the number of attendants is actually quite low. Our attendance goes up on nice, warm, sunny days, of course, but it's very weather dependent. And so our consultant was recommending that the Bear Creek pool not be repaired and not be left operational.
Okay, so just to clarify, the consultant's, to summarize, I suppose, the consultant's recommendation based on needs assessment is don't open it. But if you did choose to open it, you'd need at minimum $1,050,000 to do the basic repairs that are needed. And there was an option, for a longer lifespan or enhanced repair of a steel tank liner that'd take it up to $1.5 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's kind of the basis that we're dealing with. I don't know the wish of council. So if there's somebody that would like to make a motion coming out of this, otherwise, for administration, Gary, would we see this report would ultimately be coming back to committee, and then council would have an opportunity to refer to the 2015 budget?
Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay. So the information that Gary's sort of presented verbally would come back in written form. It is going to come back in written form anyhow. Council will have an opportunity at that point to decide whether we choose to forward it to a future budget discussion or give administration additional direction. So I see a number of people in the queue. Is there anybody in there that's ready to make a motion? So I see Councillor McLean is the first in the list, and if you're ready to make a motion, and that way we'll have something on the table to discuss and debate. Okay. Councillor McLean.
One question before my motion. To me, this is a prime example of a facility renewal. It's 50 years old, and to build a new one would probably be $15 million, and to refix it for $1.5 million would be pretty good. Would that go in that direction, Susan or Don? So if I made the motion, would you be leaning towards maybe there?
Is this the type of project that could be used for facility renewal, or facility renewal would be an appropriate funding source? Sove?
It is one option.
Okay, I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion to Bear Creek Pool to be funded totally to hopefully under the Facility Renewal Reserve for $1.5 million.
So just to clarify, I believe the total amount that I heard from Mr. Roth would be 1.5 and 1.55.
What I'm worried about, Mayor Given, is administration came to us at the Leisure Center and said the concrete form around the pool there was all good, just a little rusty. And then they came back and said, oh, you need a steel liner now. And that was $1 million more. So I think it would be, if you are going to proceed, yes or no, let's make sure it's all taken care of and we don't go, oops. Because this construction, if it does pass, could happen in the spring and be open maybe 2015. We delay, it's going to be closed or done.
So I just want to clarify that number though. So it's actually 1.55 million.
Oh, okay.
So there's that extra 50,000. Okay, so that motion's in order. Motion to add $1.55 million for Bear Creek Pool renovations to the 2014 capital budget. Open for discussion and debate. Councillor Clayton.
A couple of comments. First of all, question. Mr. Roth, can you tell me what the life would be without the steel liner with the upgrade of $1.05 million?
Mr. Roth.
Sorry, I'm just finding the information here. I believe it was a substantial increase in lifespan, taking it upwards of many years, but I don't have the exact information in front of me.
Thank you. I guess my comments being, I will vote in favor of this motion. I do think that although our summer life is very short in our region, with a young population and a lot of young children, we have to take advantage of every opportunity to enjoy the outdoor life in our region and in Grande Prairie specifically. I think with the partnership with the existing spray park, that it creates a huge opportunity to advance enjoyment of life for young families in the Muskosipi, which is the jewel of our city. I think that although it is a lot of money, if we wait another year, the cost will potentially be even greater. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Logan.
Thank you. I won't speak because of the eloquence of Councillors Clayton and McLean. I just fully support the protection of this pool for future generations.
Councillor Rice.
I too agree. We'll be supporting this. This pool is an important part of our history. It would be a shame if it wasn't open next year as we celebrate the past 100 years in this community. That it's an important part of our history. I want to see it as an important part of our future.
Councillor Radburn.
Lest we think that there's groupthink happening around the table, I will not be supporting the motion. And for me, it's all about timing. I think that we should have time to look at the report, mull over the report, discuss the report, and look at our overall aquatic needs assessment. And that's part of the report. What do we actually need? So I think that this should be discussed 1 year from now at our 4-year budget time. So I cannot support the expenditure of this money at this time, given that this morning, we got a snippet of the advice that we asked consultants to give us.
Thank you, Councillor Radburn. Councillor Tarrant.
Radburn took the words right out of my mouth. I will not be supporting this motion, and although I think Bear Creek's a great facility, I grew up there, a lot of fond memories, I do think that the timing is the key. I would like to prioritize the leisure center over the Bear Creek pool, so I will not be supporting the motion.
Councillor Clayton.
I don't know if the proper procedure, but is there an opportunity to discuss right now any other options? I guess I have a question in regards to other options. The consultant suggests that this isn't a great economic return on investment, etc. But I wonder if there's other options in regards to making the pool more of a wading pool as opposed to a swimming pool, options such as that.
Well, if actually, maybe I'll just speak to that. I think that that's the type of information that might be contained in the report.
Okay, however, if we don't vote on it today, it has to wait a year?
Yeah, that's correct. So, and this is the challenge with information that comes this late in the game, right? So, Councillor O'Toole?
Yes. I will not be supporting this, even though the Bear Creek Pool brings lots of memories back. Taking swimming lessons in May, which is very cold in this year. I'm in agreement with Councillor Tarrant and Radburn that the information that we have today is not adequate enough to make a fair decision. And I think there's lots of opportunities still for the structure and for the water there. But even if we did revamp that outdoor pool, there's nothing saying that we could have a severe weather change again, and the same thing could happen once again. So I'm not in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Thiessen?
I guess I'm going to 50-50 split this, because although I really love the pool, I'm going to leave it in the hands of the mayor here, as I am not in favor of... Sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that, but I know there's a lot of people and there's a lot of support for having the outdoor pool going and running, but I'm also not prepared to commit funding to that pool revenue source. I don't think the revenue is great enough. The memories are awesome, and I do think there's a way that we can expand it in the future, and I don't think a year is going to put it off too much, as long as we have all the additional information that we require to make an informed decision.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen, for proving that you can count how many votes there are each way. And just because I haven't entered the debate to this point doesn't mean I don't have a position. Councillor Clayton?
You already gave it away.
I could say that I thought Councillor Thiessen was a big man in the room, however, that's okay. Regardless, I had a question to Mr. Roth. Could you tell me, based on the suggested revamping, what the time frame is? With a steel liner, based on the motion on the table, what the time frame for completion would be?
Councillor Roth, or Director Roth?
Your Worship, the steel liners typically have to be manufactured to fit into the existing pool tank, and they do take some significant time to be designed to fit in that. The pool would not be operational this year. We would be looking at getting it completed, because work done this year for opening and operating in 2015.
So if it gets put forward to 2014, we're not going to open until 2016?
That's correct.
That's likely true, yeah. Councillor Logan?
Somewhat concerned that we might be prematurely throwing the poor baby out with the bathwater. That I've heard several members of council speak to the fact that we don't have the adequate information, and therefore basically we're going to kill the pool, because if it sits idle for another year, the cost of refurbishing will just shoot up that much more. Council does have power over itself and its meeting, and I think that this might be a really opportune time to see a tabling motion that would refer this to a special budget meeting, and could be 2 weeks, could be a month, I don't know, whatever time it would be, so we'd have the actual information here, as opposed to voting when we don't have the information on a very important topic. Given that tirade there, I would make the motion that we table the consideration of the Bear Creek pool operating to a special meeting of the Budget Committee of Council at some point in the next 6 weeks.
Okay, so I'll take that motion as in order, a motion to table, and it is has a timeline attached to it, which basically says...
with the additional information.
Yeah, sure, of course. So a motion to table to consider consideration of the Bear Creek pool to special council budget meeting that would happen within the next 6 weeks. That would give an opportunity for that administration to present the information from the review. So I'll take that as in order, so we can discuss and debate the merits of tabling the motion, whether we should table it or not. Is essentially what we would debate. Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I think it's a good motion Councillor Logan's put forward, but in that respect, I'd like to leave today going, we know where our number is, we know where our tax increases are, and we move forward. So I will not be able to support it. I'd like to have it all done today, one way or the other, and then go forward.
Okay, thanks. Councillor McLean? Pardon me? Well, I'm going to take it to the merits of whether people would choose to. Well, so, Councillor Clayton?
Strongly enough in this project that I think it's a good decision to table the motion because I feel that there is information, and in order for some fellow councillor members to see the light in this project, I think we need to table it.
Councillor Rice?
If this is tabled or referred or whatever, and it comes back, and it is eligible for the facilities renewal grant, we could approve this project in the future and not mess up what we decide today. That's just one possibility.
That is a possibility, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen?
I'm also in favor of tabling for some more information and referring to a special committee date at one time. I would like to have more information before I were to vote on this and finalize what we're about to do.
Don't see anybody else in the queue. I'll be voting against tabling. I think that there's a process, and I'm comfortable in taking some time. I recognize that others would like to see it happen sooner, but I'm comfortable with dealing with it today. So seeing no other discussion or debate on the tabling, I'll call for the vote on the motion to table to that meeting within the next 6 weeks. Thank you. That motion does not carry, so we will deal with the motion as it was to add the $1.55 million to the 2014 budget. Do we have any further discussion or debate on that motion? I think everybody's had an opportunity. Just expressed before we vote why I'll vote the way that I do. I'm going to vote in opposition. I won't be supporting the motion for some of the reasons mentioned by Councillor Tarrant and Radburn. I think we need to look at these types of projects holistically, along with all the other budget considerations that we'll have going forward. And so I'm comfortable with looking at it 2015 and future budget review. My personal priority would be the leisure center. We have an opportunity to create a year-round facility there to meet the same sort of need. And so that's probably where I think I'll end up if I was to prejudge the issue, but there will be more information that will enable us to flesh out that decision in the future. So any further discussion or debate? Councillor Clayton.
So although I look forward to the discussion on the future of the leisure center, I think that the leisure center will not fulfill the need of the Bear Creek pool. The leisure center is going to be utilized by swim teams, synchronized swimming. It's going to be utilized by clubs. It's not going to be utilized by young families for playing in the summer pool. In the summertime, people don't want to swim in the indoor pool. Thank you.
Any further discussion or debate? Councillor Thiessen.
Speaking on behalf of what we already have existing down in Muskosipi Park, I think it's fair to say that every time I went down to Muskosipi Park this year, the utilization of the spray park was almost as much as the utilization of the pool when it was operational. And I think in the meantime, the spray park can act as a nice buffer while we consider our decisions and then look to the future for the Bear Creek pool.
Okay, so I think everybody's had a go at this, so I'll call for the vote. Oh, sorry.
Motion right back, please.
Sure. So I don't know if somebody from administration wants that. Councillor Logan, if you're comfortable, or Councillor McLean's motion was to add $1.55 million for repair of the Bear Creek outdoor pool to the 2014 capital budget. Okay. So with that out of the way, we'll move to the vote. Motion does not carry. So administration will still be bringing forward the additional report and information from the aquatics needs assessment. So we will see that come back. The Grande Prairie Sports Council operating funding. I believe Councillor Radburn, you'd flag that one.
Thank you, McGibbon. Just some quick background, not so quick, I don't know how quick, but we'll see. Through our tourism strategy initiative, One of the recommendations was development of a Grande Prairie Sports Council. That Sports Council has been founded and is now operational. There was a great turnout in the community. We actually had an election to serve on the board of the Sport Council. It will be a advocate and a coordinating of sports in Grande Prairie area. They're asking for some operational dollars, and that amount is $75,000. That as well gives the city a rep on the Sports Council, as I understand. But more importantly to me, I think that this is kind of our baby, so to speak, and I would like to see it supported, to see it grow and fly, so to speak. We've modeled ourselves from the Lethbridge model, and it's working very effectively, and I see no reason why this one won't even be more effective. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Eburn. So that motion to add $75,000 to the 2014 operating budget for Grande Prairie Sports Council. Discussion and debate on the motion. Councillor Clayton.
Can you give me more information on what the $75,000 will be used for?
Mr. Roth, can you speak to that?
So the Grande Prairie Sport Council has approached other regional municipalities as well to cover off their budget. Their budgeted go for funding for an executive director position, a very small amount of administrative help, as well as office costs, as well as expenses to support and promote sport tourism in the area, such as travel expenses for the executive director to attend other communities to be able to do that.
There you go, Councillor Clayton. Just to speak to that a little bit, in the development of the Sport Council, researching other areas, there are other cities that have sport councils that are entirely volunteer-based, and they essentially are ineffective and sort of limp along. The intent of the Sport Council that was designed as a part of the sports tourism strategy, that was designed with the feedback of sports, tourism, and industry partners, was to have it staffed to essentially be able to help coordinate sports and support them as they grow the number of, and size of events that they're able to host in the community. So, Councillor Rice.
I won't be supporting this motion. I believe this is not the year to do it, as has been pointed out roughly 12,000 times so far this morning. We have to set some priorities, and I believe we have our priority for 2014 should be the 100th anniversary activities, and anything else that's been pointed out makes a whole lot of sense to wait till the 4-year budget cycle that we'll be dealing with next year.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Yevon. Just a question to Director Roth. Where would they be located at? Would they be in the Pinnacle Elementary School that we're allocating $500,000 for classrooms? Or are they going to be in the MD Greenview, County Grande Prairie? Where is this office going to be located for the Sports Council?
Mr. Roth.
The Sport Council has approached the County of Grande Prairie looking at space at the Sportsplex.
Okay.
Councillor Clayton.
Any surrounding municipalities support?
Mr. Roth?
Your Worship, unfortunately, I don't have confirmation of the support. I have amounts that various municipalities have either tentatively agreed to or have been approached at, but I don't feel comfortable in sharing that until it is confirmed by those municipalities.
Just to speak to one, at least with the County of Grande Prairie, because it was reported in the media, the county was looking at $25,000 of cash support as well as gift in kind. And I think the offer of space at the Sportsplex came from the county rather than being sought out by the Sport Council. So the county had a cash offer of $25,000 and space, plus space. Councilor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'll be on behalf of Councillor Rice. I believe our 100-year anniversary is very important, and I will not be supporting this at this time.
Councillor Terrence.
A question, is this is just 1-year funding?
Mr. Roth?
At this point in time, yes, we would be looking at 1-year funding. The Sport Council had requested future funding at level of $70,000 per year in the future, but that would be a conversation or discussion at the 2015 budget discussions.
Okay. Before we get around maybe to closing, I'll just speak in support of this motion. Councillor Radburn identified, using just about the same words, this is essentially our baby. The City of Grande Prairie led and encouraged the development of the Sport Council. I would be embarrassed, frankly, if we didn't support that development, as we've encouraged a number of community volunteers to come forward and participate. And this is also, the Sport Council is also a result of participation from members like the Chamber, the Tourism Association, and the sport bodies, who all also agreed that for this to function effectively, that it's going to need to have a body there. It's going to need to have a person. I really truly believe that if it isn't funded, then we'll get what we pay for. And I really believe that an appropriate investment will ensure that this is an effective tool to leverage more dollars into our community through sporting events and the people that in turn would participate. Any further discussion or debate? Councillor Radburn? Oh, sorry, Councillor Rice got in just a second.
I could support something substantially less than 75,000. I think 75,000 as just the City of Grande Prairie's contribution. Has been mentioned 25 from the county. That's a total of 100,000. I think that's getting a pretty rich budget for the type of coordination that would be required and be effective. And we haven't even talked about the MD of Greenview and all that yet. So I think that's the budget is put together was extremely rich. And if somebody were to, okay, I would move an amendment to the motion that we say $30,000.
Okay, so that motion to amend, of course, is in order. So we have a motion to amend to $30,000 level for operating funding for the Grande Prairie Sport Council. We'll have discussion and debate on the amendment. I see Councillor Radburn's in the queue and then Councillor Clayton. So if you're comfortable speaking to the amendment, Councillor Radburn.
Speak to the amendment. We need them. I believe the Sport Council, this is the most important, most critical year in their development, the first year. So I am not supportive of the amendment. Now, as we move on after this year, things will pan out, so to speak, in terms of the partners and the monies they have available. And at that time, we can look at what number that could be. But for this one, yeah, I can't support the motion. I can't support the reduction of the amount. Thank you.
Councillor Clayton to the amendment.
In favor of an amendment. I don't know if that's the correct amount of money. I do believe that the first motion was very rich. I think that there's an opportunity for Sports Council to be effective and essential in our area, as long as they're working in hand with economic development and tourism. However, the amendment might be a little low, so I don't really know where to go from there.
Well, and this happens occasionally, is we're trying to figure the right number, and so your choice is to support the amendment or to vote against it. If the amendment fails, then somebody else could try a different amendment, and you could either try to dial it in to an amount that's acceptable to everybody. Yeah, you could do an amendment to the amendment, but that starts to get a little bit. People tend to get a little bit, it gets a little confusing because then we can't remember which amendment we're voting on. So I would prefer, again, it's up to council members, they can choose to make whichever motion they like, but would prefer that if we choose that something's not the right number, then vote against that and propose what you think is the right number via another amendment. Councillor Rice?
Speaking to Alderman Radburn's concerns, it may be a pivotal year, and certainly giving them a part-time employee from nothing, it would be a major step up. In terms of the travel, there are opportunities through Pursuit of Excellence as well as through tourism to apply for travel funds. So I think if they had a part-time employee, I think you play a very dangerous game as soon as you give somebody funds to hire a full-time position. You don't come back next year and say, oh, yeah, it's going to be a part-time one. Now, people tend to go slightly ballistic when that happens. It just doesn't happen.
Councillor O'Toole on the amendment.
The amendment I feel that the $75,000 that was originally brought forward is an adequate number. There's a number of sports teams, agencies, and clubs that could benefit from the ability to have somebody support the tournaments and bookings of hotels and that sort of thing. And I do feel that this would be a great boost to the city. Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole, thank you. Councillor Radburn?
On the contrary, I don't want the part-time person spending all their time seeking grants.
Okay. So I also won't be supporting the amendment. The full budget reflects a significant amount intended to come from industry as well. So the City of Grande Prairie is certainly providing what would be core funding. And as we know with any organization, that core funding is important for you to be able to actually go out and do your job and fulfill your reason for being. I'm concerned that any less of an amount will essentially hamstring this operation from the start and limit its effectiveness and basically limit its opportunity to continue on into the future. Because if it doesn't start off well and isn't successful to start, I think it will have a really negative impact on the community and the sports organization's perception of it. Any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Rice's motion to amend Councillor Radburn's motion to reflect a level of $30,000 rather than $75,000. So we'll call for the vote on the amendment. Thank you. So the amendment does not succeed. So we're back to Councillor Radburn's original motion of $75,000. Any further discussion or debate on that motion? Councillor Logan.
I'm not sure that it's a debate, so you can tell me to shut up, but at some point will we hear directly from the Sports Council to understand more fully what we're putting in $75,000 for?
So Mr. Obviously in a typical budget and in the next budget, community groups will be presenting to council. This one that wasn't organized that way. Mr. Roth?
That is correct, Your Worship. The Sport Council did do the presentation to the Community Living Committee. It was the recommendation of the Community Living Committee to refer to this budget process. Certainly, the Community Living or the Sport Council could come forward either to a committee meeting or a council meeting in the future.
Thanks very much, Mr. Roth. Councillor Clayton and then Councillor Rice.
I am in favor generally of the idea of a sports council. I do have some concerns that we're just creating another administrator and that ultimately, is there not an opportunity for Grande Prairie Regional Tourism, which we help fund, economic development, recreation, parks and recreation, to work together? It just seems like I love the idea. I think it's a great opportunity, but to create a whole nother entity seems extravagant to me.
Councillor Rice?
Surely if they presented at the committee, they didn't just come in and say, give us 75 grand. They said, we'd like salary of so many whatever and travel at so much and new jackets and everything, because of course he's going to need a jacket, and all that. They must have given that kind of information. They didn't just come in and sit down and say, can we have 75,000? Well, thanks for stopping in.
They did at the time present a full budget. I don't have that information at hand. I don't know if administration does or not, but they did present a full budget and outlined their proposed sources of funding and the activities they hope to undertake to the prior council, to committee. Yeah, and that's with all of these recommendations, the majority are coming from presentations to committee that were referred to budget from the prior council. Councilor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. Probably go to Director Roth. What's the contribution from the county to NB review, the total? Like, this is supposed to be regional, so I'd like to know the contribution before I vote on this one from the other local areas.
So, Mr. Roth?
As I had already indicated, I don't have confirmation totals from other municipalities, other than what's been reported, as Mayor Gibbon has indicated, has been reported in the media, that the county is supporting to the level of $25,000 plus, offering office space as gift in kind. The office space gift in kind contribution was valued at $30,000 by their valuation. I don't have a confirmation. Ask to the three partners was very similar amounts initially.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion or debate? Councillor Radburn?
The major benefactor of the work of the Sport Council. We will continue, even with this budget, to partner. Grande Prairie Regional Tourism Association does not have additional time and money to support this. They already support it with the bags, etc. So there needs to be a lead. And this will be the lead. There will be other community and regional partners to help. The intent would be to increase sports tourism in our region, and so that economic impact should not be forgotten as well.
Sure. So the motion, I'm not sure if somebody was, is administration prepared to read that back? Sure, from the back corner. So I'll just clarify what we heard from the back corner, because those watching obviously can't hear it. There's not a microphone back that far. So the motion from Councillor Radburn to add $75,000 in operating funding for the Grande Prairie Sports Council to the 2014 budget. Councillor Clayton.
I'm curious, is there an opportunity for us to put a limit on or a percentage of contributions on the city? Because if we all of a sudden get a reasonable or more money from the county and additional money from the MD, and all of a sudden this sports council has an extraordinary amount of money to spend, are we able to reduce our contribution? So to maximize, based on what they need for a year, this is what they need. Based on if our partners give us this and this, this is what we owe.
That's a tough question, because I'm not sure how you'd phrase that motion. In the past, the city of Grande Prairie has made motions that were reflective of ratios of funding from other municipalities.
We say that it's to a maximum, the total amount they require is $75,000 to operate. So if we are able, right?
No, the request to committee was for $75,000 from the city of Grande Prairie.
And so what's the total budget?
So we don't have that information at hand. We should be able to get it if council wanted to have that information. Mr. Roth, is that something that we could get?
As I understand it, staff are getting the documentation on the budget. If we want to defer the discussion to a later point this morning, we can get that to you.
Do that? Okay. So if there's a need to see that additional budget information to have it presented, then we could table the discussion of this to the end after some of the other items that were presented.
I'd like to make a motion to that.
Sure, Councillor Clayton.
I'd like to make a motion to table this decision until we receive more information.
To the end of the referred items. Let's say that. So that'll give administration some time to find it. We'll discuss it before we finish this process. That's a little bit more time specific. So any discussion or debate on the motion to table it to the end of our list of items. To the tabling, Councillor Rice.
I could speak after we receive the additional information. As it stands right now, I would urge you to defeat this. This is an extremely rich budget, to the point that you think they got some advice from the NHL as to what to charge. $30,000 for a one-person office, just absolutely ridiculous. And so I'll wait to see the figures that come forward.
See, Councillor Clayton, you're in the queue, so you've got your motion to table. I'm assuming you're not looking to speak to that? No. Okay, Councillor Logan.
So I would like to speak against the motion. I believe that we have the information that we need to make the decision on granting to this organization. I believe it would be and I always have in my political career believed it's wrong for us to make motions based on what our partners may or may not do. We are responsible for our own decisions. So I urge you to defeat the tabling motion.
Okay. So I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we'll call for the vote on the motion to table to the end of the referred items. I'll call for the vote. That motion does not carry, so we'll deal with the item now. So we're back to Councillor Radburn's original motion of $75,000 in operating funding for the Grande Prairie Sport Council. Last opportunity for discussion and debate. If everybody's feels that they've had a go at it, Councillor Logan.
share the concern that's been mentioned by several members of council on the richness of this award, and I'll be voting against it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Logan. Anything further? I'll be, to speak to my position, I'll be supporting it. Obviously, I am fully in support of the plan that the City of Grande Prairie developed with our partners, and I believe that the operational plan covers all of the details. It's unfortunate that it's not here at hand for everybody to see, but I don't believe that it's particularly rich as has been described. I think it meets the need based on what the plan was. So, Councillor Tarrant.
I will be voting in favor of this support. I believe that I want to see what the Supports Council can do with this money this year, and look forward to a report at the end of the year should this money be approved, and then we can make decisions at next year's budget time to see if there is value in that. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tarrant. Councillor Clayton.
Based on the fact that we're going to review it in a year, my concern is at that point, do you disband a council based on their productivity and return on investment? That's a decision to decide then. It's not typical that anything gets disbanded after the fact, but.
Okay, so call for last, I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Now, we do still have a number of community living items and a number of other items. The city manager noted to me that we were scheduled to go till noon. We're now at 11:30. So I just would look for a little bit of direction from council. Should we be working to try to get through as much of the list as we can, or the entire list this morning, working until noon? Or should we go till our set time and then be rescheduling for another time? So I'm looking to council for some direction.
Yeah, I say continue as well.
So from around the table, I've heard a couple of voices saying continue, and the intent would be to finish this list off today. Is that what I'm hearing from council? No. Okay. Is there any discussion on that?
No, I mean, I'd like some, if we're still 2 or 3 o'clock going, at 1 o'clock, I'd like to see how far we are.
Sure. So, okay, so then for administration, so we're going to work into lunch. Can somebody get on the phone and order some pizza? There's lunch is coming. Okay. Okay. So we'll work till Councillor Rice.
Just to remind everybody that Councillor O'Toole, Thiessen, and myself have a 100th anniversary meeting scheduled at 1 o'clock.
So we'll work towards 12 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, we'd take a little bit of a break so that everybody could grab some lunch. We'd come back and do a working lunch to try and get through the list by 1, ideally. Okay. So just note Councillor Clayton has just slipped out. And we'd look, Mr. Roth, so the next item on my list, and again, I don't have the note whether it was flagged or not, was the Isabel Campbell. It is funded. This is one where administration will be recommending at the end a funding source. Is that correct? Mr. Roth?
That is my understanding, yes. We need to be included as part of the funding source.
Okay. Thank you. So then the next one would be the outdoor rink at the Montrose Cultural Center. I believe I flagged this one. Just to speak to this comes from a report to committee about the ability to put essentially what would equate to an outdoor neighborhood rink. A relatively temporary installation on the Montrose site would give staff the ability to create an outdoor skating pond on the Montrose site. And to me, seems to be a good interim use for that site to create some seasonal activity in the downtown core. So that's why I asked to have it flagged. Councillor Logan.
Could you just describe exactly where you see this being?
Mr. Roth, I think there's some technical reasons why it would be, and maybe you can speak to the report that came to committee.
Oh, there's a report.
Well, again, it was previous council, so Mr. Roth, if you want to speak to a little bit more of the detail.
Just bringing up the report. It would be on the south side of the Montrose field, roughly approximately in the rough area where there's a soccer goal stand now located. Very similar location where the temporary rink was created for the Frost Moon celebration. This includes installing a rink hydrant by Aquaterra. It would include some lighting. We have investigated using solar lighting, so that lighting could be relocated and not require an electrical service. And some other site improvements such as waste containers and so on to make it viable. To put it in comparison, the Frost Moon Festival skating rink on a temporary basis cost approximately $10,000 to haul water in because there's no water service at that site. So that's just a comparison cost of what it costs to build it without the infrastructure.
Okay. Thanks very much. Councillor Logan?
Could I just find out about whether there be boards or anything else like that that might damage the summer use of the area?
Mr. Roth?
What will be the impact, I guess?
Your Worship, it would be similar to the temporary skating rinks that we have in our neighborhoods, where it would be low-profile boards that are put in to make flooding the ice easier and more efficient, require less water, and then those would be removed in the summertime. Administration notes that our temporary rinks in our neighborhoods traditionally do not generate significant turf damage. And it is a very common practice that we do use in our neighborhoods.
So, Mr. Roth, just to be clear, so when you say low profile, they're essentially boards that wouldn't be left there over the summer. The boards would disappear. All there would be the rink hydrant?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is an item that's not in, and so we have an option to include it if anybody would like to make a motion. If not, then we would continue on to the next item. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mary. I'll make the motion to move forward. I guess the funding will be in 2014, so it'll be next winter. It won't happen this winter. So next year, even though we have a little bit of winter, to bring forward that the Montrose, I guess, skating rink for $53,000 be funded for 2014.
Thanks very much, Councillor McLean. So that motion to include the $53,500 in the 2014 budget to establish opportunity for an outdoor rink at the Montrose Cultural Centre. Discussion and debate on the motion. Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. That motion does not carry. So move on to community living, new off-leash dog areas.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, Councillor Rice.
The community space at Isabel Campbell School, I assume that because we approved that in September, it's gone into planning and it's too late to say, let's hold off on that for a year.
We've made some commitments to the community partners, to the Grande Prairie Public School Board, and essentially Alberta Infrastructure is designing the school today with the inclusion of that space.
Thank you.
Okay. So community living, off-leash dog areas. Mr. Roth.
Yes, administration has brought forward an extensive plan proposing some off-leash dog areas around the community, and in particular putting them in neighborhoods. What was approved was are the 4 areas. This has been reduced significantly from what was originally proposed. Original proposal was then brought forward through community consultation back to committee, and we looked at the areas that there seemed to be community support for. I can run through each of these if you require in a little more detail, just so you clearly understand where they are located, if you wish.
Well, we'll look to get a motion so that we can have something to deal with. So I see a couple in the queue. Councillor Rice.
We received input as late as I think last night, Mr. Roth. How is that input reflective of what we have here?
Mr. Roth?
I'm not aware of the input that was received last night. A couple of days ago did receive some input around one of the particular locations. Our parks planner is having conversation with that particular group around that location, and if the adjustments need to be made, we can still make them to meet what that particular group is, and that's with regards to the Royal Oaks location.
Okay, Councillor Rice. I see Councillor Logan.
I too received information recently, and it was substantive in nature, which makes me very uncomfortable voting on this. But I also would like to ask the question about community support being evident in terms of financial or in-kind donations to help with the proposed off-leash dog areas. In other words, are they just coming here and expecting everything to be paid for by the general taxpayer?
Mr. Roth?
Your Worship, this was a proposal that was jointly initiated by administration in response to some requests from the Secret Off-Leash Society to look at additional off-leash parks. This is entirely funded by the city. There was no request that the group was going to bring forward additional funds to contribute.
Okay, so at this point, we still don't have a motion on the floor. But I do see Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. I move that council support new off-leash dog park areas plans in Crystal Ridge Northeast, Royal Oaks, and Crystal Ridge West with a contingency for a cost total of $68,000. That was kind of what the, in speaking to it, Mr. Mayor Logan, or Mayor Logan, Mayor Gibbon, I was looking at Dwight. So this happened in a couple of phases. First of all, there were more than these proposed. Committee kind of chose not to support and send to council, all of them. But what has kind of come, so it came in two phases. So this was sent to council, to budget. And then we last week received a report from Mr. Juniper that since we had indicated council in discussions earlier had indicated an interest in seeing what the $90,000 would do, which is $22,000 more than the 68. That was our interest. When that report came back, it didn't really just look at the 22,000. It looked at a $110,000 new fenced area west of our present off-leash dog park in the south. Okay. Committee chose to refer that to our deliberations today, so that everybody would have an opportunity to look at it. So again, there was a bit of a rushed report and referral, but I think that be may as it is. I too have received some feedback, input from advocates of these initiatives that this is a fairly significant expense for a larger fenced area that doesn't include trees and other things that can break up and make that experience, I guess, better for both owners and pets. So that's why I've chosen to put on the table the motion that I have. It's that the suggestion there might be, let's spend another year looking at locations and what could be in other off-leash dog parks and look at it again in a year. But let's move definitely forward with those that kind of were referred from initially. Thank you.
Councillor Redburn. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. I'm totally for Councillor Radburn's motion and keeping that extension of the South Pier, because the number one reason why they came for us was because that was a very congested area and the only one in the city. So with this motion, you will have 4 more sites or 3 more sites coming on board. So everybody living in different quadrants in the city can go. And the other one is very, very rich. And as we're very prudent council, I think it's a good motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor McLean. Any others? I'll just speak to the motion. Certainly supportive of the $68,000. I would be supportive of the additional $90,000. There was a substantial amount of public consultation and public input that arrived at the report that council and committee originally saw prior to the election. In there was an approximately equal amount to that $90,000 that was intended to be a new bear space, if I can, dog park that was more centrally located, essentially across the railway tracks from City Hall. So council chose not to support that location because of the intent of the land. So this space that's proposed at the other space, the $90,000 that was proposed at South Bear Creek, I believe is still required. The original plan that was supported by dog owners and the public included this type of space. Remember, council essentially rejected 2 items out of that plan. Council rejected the off-leash dog trails in south of the Muskosipi, south of Muskosipi. Council rejected that, so that is not on the table and is not going to be delivered, and people will continue to use it as they have been using it. So that's out. And also out was a new space that was intended to have some space for large breed dogs, as well as some space for segregated training space for dogs. So if you're going to sort of puppy train your dog or obedience train them, that space is separated. That is not included in the $68,000 and was included in the original plan. So I believe the dog owners and the community developed a really good plan. Council once has rejected a part of that plan that was asked for by the community by saying, no, you're not getting off-leash dog trails. I am really reluctant to reject another part of that plan in terms of having a larger fully fenced in space, because none of these others are fully fenced in, a larger fully fenced in space that would accommodate an opportunity to have segregated dog breeds by size in a fully fenced in area, which we do not have the ability to do. And I've personally experienced altercations between animals, and it's really ugly and dangerous. And so I think that that's something that we need to address. So certainly supportive of the $68,000. Would love to be able to have the opportunity to support the $90,000. I see Councillor Logan.
Again, could I have the motion read?
Sure. So I think if it's okay, I think I can clarify that. It's Councillor Radbourne moved to add the following items to the 2014 capital budget. Crystal Ridge Northeast off-leash dog area at $10,000, the Royal Oaks off-leash dog area at $30,500, the Crystal Ridge West off-leash dog area at $15,500, and a contingency amount of $12,000 for a total of $68,000. Total of $68,000 for those identified areas to the 2014 capital budget. So question about the contingency for administration, Mr. Roth?
Your Worship, it is really for any unforeseen expenses that do arise as a result of putting in the infrastructure at these locations. We do anticipate that there are some locations until you do all the utility locates and everything. I think there could be some additional costs that arise.
Okay. So any further discussion or debate on the motion for essentially the $68,000? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Councillor Tarrant.
I would like to move the funding of the $90,000 component of the off-leash dog park area.
Okay, so that motion obviously is in order. So Councillor Tarrant, a motion to add $90,000 to the 2014 capital budget for the South Bear Creek off-leash dog park. Just to clarify, there's a difference between a dog area and a dog park. This one's fully fenced. Okay, Councillor Clayton.
Based on the information we received last night, although I don't love the idea of secret societies in any sort of support, I do think that the information provided to the council last night, stating that there are a large group of users that think that it'd be great for us to try what we have without South Bear Creek and see how it goes from there. That there is an opportunity to say, this is great for this year, and possibly the South Bear Creek project could be looked at in the future. And I think that sort of makes everybody happy. There isn't an expansion then to dog parks, and it's quite an expansion going from what we have to increasing 3 new ones. So I think that although the South Bear Creek is a good idea and maybe there's some opportunities to revise it, I think that possibly what was just passed is good for now.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. I see Councillor Tarrant in the queue. Do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I would just like to, again, obviously I made the motion. I'd like to speak in support of it. I do believe we need another fenced dog park. I believe having the separation with small breeds and large breeds is something that the community's been asking for, and I think that this is a good solution for that.
Hesitated on whether I was going to speak to this or not, but I feel I have to. I think that Councillor Clayton has it exactly right, that we don't have the detailed information that would support Councillor Tarrant's motion, and we just saw an earlier example of that with the Bear Creek pool that I am incredibly distressed about, on the same grounds that we didn't have the accurate information. It seems to me that we shouldn't be voting for the dogs and leaving the kids out.
Mayor Logan, practice. Old habits, old habits. Any other discussion or debate on Councillor Tarrant's motion? Seeing, I certainly support the motion. I believe, as I said before, there's a very well-developed plan. This meets one portion of the intent of the plan, and I believe that even with this, the need for spaces for our dog users and dog owners is greater than council will be sort of addressing with all of these items. So I certainly encourage council to support the motion from Councillor Tarrant. Any further discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion does not pass, so that won't be added. Now, I understand that there may have been a misvote, an incorrectly sort of entered vote. Councillor O'Toole, did you want to raise that item? If you just turn your microphone on, just speak to that. We can certainly ask for a revote if you'd like to.
The previous vote, I hit the wrong button.
Okay. So
it's not going to make any outcome, so I can just leave it the way it is.
Well,
just verbally.
Sure. If you'd, I'd be okay with you, and I think we could amend the minutes. If you would like to record the way that you would have voted on that.
I would have voted yes.
Okay. So you would have voted in favor of adding the $68,000 as a in contrast to in opposition, as you mistakenly did. Okay, so we'll make sure that that's correctly identified in the minutes. That Councillor O'Toole was in support. Okay, so we're on to next one I have on my list is South Peace Ball. Was that one flagged? Can somebody remind me? Okay, Councillor McLean, you flagged that. Would you like to care to speak to it? Or
yes, I will. I'll make the motion, Mayor Given, to fund $45,000 for the South Peace Ball Association Playground. Is this half the amount? I believe they raised half. Could that be answered
so
by Director?
We'll get you to make your motion.
I made the motion.
Ask administration to give any additional information. So that motion's on the floor. And Mr. Roth, do you want to speak a little bit to the details of the request?
Yes, Councillor McLean is correct in that this is a request for half the amount of installing a playground at the South Bear Creek Ball Diamonds. The playground would be installed on the ball diamonds to the east of the main parking lot area, so the premium or the primary ball diamonds at the location. And it would be in a close proximity where players could also have children that are playing, and then parents be able to still supervise their children and play ball at the same time.
I just want to speak to the motion, Mayor Given. What I was going to say is that the last previous council, for years, South Peace Balls Park area has been, needing repair. And the last council, I think it was $500,000 or $600,000. We had the Native Fastball Association come in. We got more things come. So I think this is part of a momentum of basically we own the land. It's our area. So of reinstating, bringing it back to where it should be, energizing the area. So it's just a part of it and bringing more children in there.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor McLean. So that motion is obviously in order. So we'll call for discussion and debate. Councillor Rice.
My question is for administration. Mr. Roth, we have a whole budget category of money in there that every year we replace some playgrounds. So obviously if these guys have raised some money towards a playground, that would put them in good space to apply for this already existing budget funds. Is that not accurate?
Mr. Roth?
That is correct. Every year, administration does entertain applications from the community for the Parks Improvement Grant, although those are smaller amounts that we do provide to groups that have fundraising efforts towards other playgrounds within the community. Although, like I said, I think the total amount that we have available is approximately $25,000 that we distribute to various groups. So this group is asking for a substantially a more higher amount.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tarrant?
Mayor Given, I will not be supporting this motion. I believe that requests like this would fit in the park improvement grant, and should we want to increase that grant, going into the 2015 budget deliberations, I think that would be the place to do it.
Thanks, Councillor Tarrant. Any further discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing nothing, then I'll call for the votes. Motion does not carry. So we would move to Hillside Social Housing Property Capital, $300,000. I believe that Councillor Radburn flagged this item. So we'd look for a motion, Councillor Radburn.
Motion, so we can start discussion. I'll move that council allocate $300,000 to demolish, thank you, to demolish the Hillside Social Housing Property units.
Okay.
So I'll start with
on the floor.
Start with the background, and Gary can help out. These properties are up in Hillside, in and around. Well, the youth shelter is part of this property as well. These properties were the provinces that gave them to the city a number of years ago. These properties have been managed by the Grande Prairie Foundation from then to present. We've had significant safety issues, electrical, and they are 40 plus years old, as I understand it. Their lifespan is nearing an end. Therefore, the recommendation from MIN through the Grand Spirit was, and with the support of the province actually, was to demolish those units. We are to be, I know administration is seeking funding from the province as well, because it would be our intent that admin would bring forth a project design for what could happen there. In terms of supporting seniors, affordable housing, family support, affordable housing, whatever. There are monies available provincially for those type of projects as well. So it would be the intent that at some point we would apply for some project that had a mix of affordable housing in it. But we don't know. That is maybe. That's not a for sure. What we're saying now is that, hey, they don't have much life. We've actually shut them down by Grand Spirit as a manager. We have closed them up, and we've moved people to other, over time, we've moved to other housing. So now I believe it's time for us to demolish them and develop a plan and seek government funding. That funding could include demolishing as well, but we don't know that. If we don't get the money for the demolishing, I still think it is useful for us to commit this monies, because it gives us greater flexibility in what to use with that property and what to do on that property. We're looking for a land for a lodge, as council knows. Haven't found one yet, but there may be greater needs that we can use it and partner with developers or whatever to do something on this property that would be great for our fair city. So, and as Habitat for Humanity was here last week looking for property, we don't have much land. So at the very least, we would have land to use. At the very most, we would have land and provincial funding to support a significant affordable housing project in Grande Prairie. Thank you.
Couple of short questions for Councillor Radbourne, just because this whole issue is brand new to me. Are we expecting the $300,000 to cover the cost of demolition and clearing the sites? Do we have in mind how we're going to protect the Grande Prairie Youth Emergency Shelter, which is one unit that is in reasonably good shape because there's been a lot of investment in it, or do they get knocked down? And if so, when? Because it would take quite a bit of lead time for a replacement. So is that part of the package?
Councillor Radbourne, I'm going to refer that to Mr. Roth. He can speak to the details. Administration does have that at hand, and we'll make sure that we get it on mic so that people can hear it.
Youth Emergency Shelter Society has been an active part in the discussions around the property. Certainly, any demolition would not at this time include the Youth Emergency Shelter. We've included them as part of every step along the way in terms of our consultation, as well as Grand Spirit Foundation and the province.
And I should state that I am a director without remuneration on the board of the Grande Prairie Youth Emergency Shelter, hence some of my interest in seeing the answer to that question. So is it conceivable then that we could have the demolition proceeding, but the one building left standing in the middle of an area that looks like London during the Blitz?
Youth Emergency Shelter, excuse me. And so this would be work that would be proceeding around it.
So just one last question then. Do we have an idea now of what the process will be to determine or decide what we're going to wind up doing with, or rather what Grand Spirit is going to wind up doing with that? But I'm assuming that would be in partnership. Perhaps I'm got the wrong assumption there.
Mr. Roth?
There really are two pieces to components to what would be developed or lead us to a decision around what would be developed there in the future. Grand Spirit, I know, is carrying out a needs assessment around a seniors lodge facility. Very recently, within the last month, Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation has announced that the city has received a grant to develop a business case for that particular property. Because it's relatively new, we haven't had the opportunity to get very far underway around that business case. That would look at community needs in addition to and springboarding off the work that Grand Spirit has done and looking at the uses that could be put at that location. The second phase then is also working with the province to make sure that that those needs are addressed at that location.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I see a few others in the queue, so we're going to deal with this one item, and then we'll take a quick break to for everybody to set themselves up a plate, have some lunch, and we come back. We will do a working lunch, so this will be the last time that we'll deal with before we take a break, just so that everybody knows when that's coming. I can sense that we're getting a little bit antsy since we saw the sandwiches arrive. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'm all for this with Councillor Radbourne, but the one thorn in the side, I do believe we're going to have to replace the youth shelter to actually put the lodge or low income in their property. It will stick out and actually utilize that site down the road. I think it will come forward to council someday that to really make it work, that we may have to move that youth shelter. So I'm just throwing that out.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. Councillor Rice.
This is an off topic, but we've had, this is true, the Grande Prairie Youth Emergency Shelter and the Grande Prairie Women's Residence Society, which is coming up very shortly, that are requiring accommodation. Where are we at with the former Young Offender Center? We've been fooling around with the province on that for several years. I don't know what they've been doing, but I wonder if that could be an alternative for either one of these, or if that's, and I don't know where this discussion belongs. Not here, I know, but
No.
where?
No, definitely not here. We could get an update at committee about the status of the Young Offender Center. The motion that we're dealing with, and the thing that council is at hand for council right now is, do we put $300,000 in the 2014 budget to knock down a bunch of houses that aren't currently occupied and won't be occupied?
And now I have a question on that too. I think I was
housing anybody additional at this point. I'm sorry.
So I believe, just based on past experiences, where the city has obtained property, usually for road widening, and then sat on it before they demolished it. It created a horrendous problem in terms of safety, as transients, no matter how well we boarded it up, transients tended to call it home. So I would urge you, now that we've vacated those properties, we must begin demolition as soon as possible, or we create a hazardous situation, no matter how hard we try not to.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Any further discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. And so with that, we're going to take a pause. Council, we will be, so it's by my phone, it's 12:06. By my phone, it's 12:06. So I'd like us to be able to be back at, quarter after. Is that reasonable? That's pretty short. Well, we're going to do that, but we can't stop the meeting. We can't continue the meeting while people are over there if they have questions or discussion or debate. Yeah, so 10 minutes, that's what I'm saying. So we're going to be back in our seats at quarter after so that we can continue on, okay? So we'll take a 10-minute pause. Okay, welcome back. Council has sandwiches at their seat. You may find council members chewing as we go through, but certainly we want to ensure that we address all of the items that were in front of us. So we will continue on with community living service area. The next item up was the Community Knowledge Campus Parking Implementation Plan. And I believe, I'm sorry I don't have at hand who had flagged that one.
It was Jack.
Okay, Councillor Clayton had flagged that one. Councillor Rice?
Go ahead with Councillor Clayton now.
Okay.
I'm actually not prepared to make a motion on this. I was more flagging it for discussion.
Councillor Clayton, if you're going to say anything, make sure that your microphone is on.
Sorry, I actually was flagging this item for discussion, not necessarily prepared to make a motion on it. I do have some discussion in regards to parking, if that's all right, or would you rather wait for a motion?
We have a pretty substantial list, and as we've seen, we'll take some time to get through. So is there anybody that would be prepared to make a motion to include this in the 2014 budget? Because if we're not going to be doing that, then we'll move on to something else. Councillor Rice, or no?
Well, okay.
Councillor Rice?
I wonder if it's possible to split this project.
Okay, what's your question about the project then?
Do we have to do the entire paving in 1 year, or can it be split? We received some input last night, that some public input that perhaps we are paving for more spots than we have employees.
Okay, so I would like to encourage council to consider including this. I believe there's a really well-developed plan, and if administration would like to share some of the details about what this project includes, then that might help council members decide whether it's something they'd like to support or not, because it isn't just a couple of spots. Mr. Roth, can you give us some details?
I do have a graphic on my screen here that I could display that would also help show this.
Sure, that would be helpful. So can we bring up Mr. Roth's screen? Mr. Roth?
So this was a result of a parking improvement study that was done just under a year ago through our engineering services department. It was looking at the whole site in terms of also the inclusion of the development of the public high school. If you look where I'm drawing my cursor on the Eastlink staff parking area that's described here is one of the sites that would be included. I'll come back to that one in a moment. This site right here, the public high school staff parking and the public high school student parking are currently under construction as a result of the new high school development, and those are being installed as by Alberta Infrastructure. The other remaining amounts would be a portion of this area in here, this connecting space, which also has parking as part of it, and parking up in this area. This area is intended to be overflow for the front entrance of Eastlink Centre, as well as provide parking for the future field development. This plan was also includes some funding for some geometric roadway changes in this particular intersection, as well as a similar intersection on the east side of the community knowledge campus to make the turning a little bit safer for vehicles in that area. This particular parking stall right here was intended to be, the design is to have 120 energized stalls at that location. The intent was for staff parking initially, however administration delineates those, we could potentially look at options to include overflow parking for the south entrance to the Eastlink Centre. As background to that, though, there are times of the day where we have upwards of 80 staff at the Eastlink Centre. Bearing in mind that it is a shift work environment, there's always overlap too when in between shifts. That does not include staff from the Gymnix Centre, which by lease obligations we do have to provide powered stalls, energized stalls for the staff at the Gymnix Centre, and that's an additional 12 to 15 staff that work there at various times during the day. And that doesn't even include the staff from our tenants within the building. Just speaking to staff parking only, currently staff park in the campus wherever there's locations. We encourage them to park at far reaches of the campus. but having these opportunities would move staff to a specific area, creating more customer opportunities.
So, a brief overview from administration, identifying that the project, maybe we can leave that up on screen for a second, Gary, just so you don't flick off on your computer, if we can leave that up. Identifying that this isn't just that south staff parking. Also includes the parking to the northwest of the building, of the future public high schools, to that northwest area, as well as intersection upgrades to the two south intersections that right now, this is opinion I suppose, but right now are pretty dicey, illogical, challenging. I don't know how best way to say that, but pretty challenging. And so administration, based on the plan that was put forward by a consultant that was hired by the city, is recommending some changes to both of those intersections as well as these additional parking spaces. So it isn't just for a small number of staff parking stalls. So that's the details of the project. I hope that answers the questions the council had. Councilor Rice.
Okay, where is the Catholic school student parking?
Beside it.
Mr. Roth.
Or staff?
The student parking is right in this location for the Catholic high school.
Oh, okay. Okay, there's the student parking. It's quite large. And that Eastlink patron parking, is that paved now?
Yes, that is currently paved, and it's on this actually diagram. It shows a long driveway and a small parking lot. The whole entire area is actually one big parking lot there.
Where's the front of the building?
The front of Eastlink Center is actually up in this area, up off the map. I can zoom out to show that if you wish, but it's actually up at the top center of your screen.
Okay, so at this point, we don't have a motion on the floor for this.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Rice has the mic, and so Councillor Rice makes the motion to include $2.034 million in the 2014 capital budget for implementation plan of community knowledge campus parking and other geometric upgrades.
I'll speak to it. Certainly I have received a large amount of criticism over unpaved parking surrounding the Eastlink Center, that people seem to be annoyed that we would build a center like that and not provide adequate paved parking. So and we had explained to them that part of that was due to the construction of the public high school and having certain areas fenced off for their construction materials. I think we're about out of explanations. It's time to move forward.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rice. So we'll move to discussion and debate on the motion. I see Councillor Clayton is the next in the queue.
I will vote in favor of this motion. However, I do have some questions. Hopefully somebody can answer. I know you mentioned, Director Roth, in regards to the number of staff as well as the user staff, but I missed, did you say that what a total maximum amount of people would be for employees in that parking lot at a peak time?
It's difficult for us to calculate the exact amount that could be there at a peak time. We have 80 staff at peak times that work in the facility, but there are shift work considerations. You factor the gymnast staff on top of that 80, that's 95 potential staff that could be there, plus any tenants that we have in the building. And I know they have very small staffs, but there is also overlap that occurs when staff from one shift come in before the other shift is completely done. Really hard to calculate that because our shifts aren't always an 8-hour exact schedule.
So I'm assuming then, sorry, that this parking lot will be patrolled. I think it's a great perk for the Eastlink staff to be able to plug in their vehicles, as many businesses don't get this opportunity. Thanks.
Okay, Councilor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two questions. One to Director Roth about the $2 million. What would it cost just for the staffing area? That's just the one question. If you took out all the rest that you're talking about in the west, north, and what would it cost for the staffing? Because we do get -40.
Mr. Roth, do you have that information?
Yes, just for the area that's identified as staff parking, it would be a $1.2 million installation cost.
Okay, second question, can you put it back up on the screen, the map you had of the parking lot, please, Director Roth? I go there quite a few times, so does my wife. We park in the Catholic High School student parking lot and the assisting parking lot, and they're empty. And this isn't even when there's major functions. I'm getting carried away when people say we don't have enough parking. Get off your butt and walk 30 seconds. I take my 2 6-year-olds and cross that road. I will not be supporting the way this sits. I will support if it was, I guess I can make an amendment to the motion.
You can.
I'll make an amendment to the motion to just support the Eastlink gymnastics staff parking area for 1.2 million.
Okay.
And no further.
That motion certainly is in order. Motion to amend Councillor Rice's motion to reflect a budget amount of $1.2 million, with the intent being that would be the Eastlink Center / Gymnic staff parking only. So discussion and debate on the amendment. Councillor Logan, I see that you're in the queue. Were you prepared to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I think I got hit with a dose of protein that woke up my brain because I think I felt like I missed about 5 minutes there. But this plan, can I just ask about go back to the original presentation? The parking implementation plan is basically the implementation of the construction of these things. It doesn't speak to the post-construction phase of how it will be managed. Is that right?
Mr. Roth?
In terms of ongoing maintenance, we do have some agreements with the various school boards. It's very shared partnership at this particular location.
So I guess I'm concerned about the electrification and the allocation of the stalls and whether this sort of thing will be pay for use or not. I believe there's an incredibly important principle associated with that, and I know it's not to do with the amendment, but I'd just like to get that somewhere on the agenda, please.
Mr. Roth?
So the city is responsible for the energized stalls in this area alone. There are energized stalls in this area, but those are covered by the Grande Prairie Public School Board. The energized stalls in this area, it is a city policy that city staff do not pay for energized stalls at any city facilities. And that's a decision that certainly has been made along the way.
Is that true? Excuse me, is that true of all city facilities now?
That's correct.
It is. Okay. So
Sorry to interrupt you.
So we're still on the amendment. Anybody else to speak to the amendment? Sure. So Councillor McLean moved to amend Councillor Rice's motion downward to reflect $1.2 million for construction of the Eastlink Center / Gymnic staff parking lot only. Okay. Just the staff parking? Yes. Only the staff. Only the motion was only for that south parking lot that's labeled Eastlink / Gymnic staff parking, center of the screen, right center of the screen. Will not be supporting the motion. For me, some of the most important portions of this project are actually the geometric upgrades to the intersections that are confusing and difficult for users and scary sometimes. That's one of the most important parts. So I won't support any motion that doesn't include those. And I believe that the full project is based on the sound evolution of the Eastlink Center. This is what we need going forward, especially when the public high school opens in fall of 2014. I think that we have an opportunity to make these changes in advance of that opening, that happening, rather than being behind the 8 ball as we were when the Eastlink Center first opened, because we had to use one of our eventual parking spaces as a construction drop-down zone. So I won't be supporting the amendment. I do support the original motion for the full amount. Councillor McLean?
Just one more on this motion as well. We'll be saving $800,000, and a lot of this parking lot already that's there is underutilized. When the facility's busy, people want to park as close as they can, and I think it would free up land on the north of doing different things with the field. And right after this, we're going to talk about another 2.7 million for kids to use a field right away. We're talking about parking, and there's tons of parking there that's not being utilized.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. Any further discussion or debate on the amendment? If not, then I'm going to call for the vote on Councillor McLean's amendment to Councillor Rice's motion. The effect of his amendment would revise the amount available down to $1.2 million and restrict its use to just the Eastlink Center Jim Nix staff parking. That's south lot only. Okay, so if everybody has that understanding clear, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion does not carry, and so we're back to the original motion, Councillor Rice's, for the $2.034 million for the entire project. Any discussion or debate on that original motion? We haven't. Councillor Rice to close.
Time, but I can't resist asking, do we really need to increase the parking that much when our projected patrons are down so substantially?
I think just to speak to that, because I have a feeling this is probably what Mr. Roth would say, is although administration is recommending that memberships may not achieve the level that they have, they didn't speak about total number of visits, which actually could be substantially higher.
Okay.
So thanks for that. So with that, then we'll call for the vote on the original motion, which was for the $2.034 million. Councillor Clayton.
How much cost savings is there by not having electrified, I know you may have already answered this, stalls for the staff?
Mr. Roth?
I actually don't have that detail.
Is it substantial?
It is not substantial. The biggest substantial cost with that parking lot is actually getting it up to grade. If you look at the site right now, it's a construction laydown that is actually considerably lower than the parking lots on either side, and a substantial amount of material has to be filled and compacted to bring it up to grade.
Thank you.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Given. I'm looking forward to hopefully this being defeated, so we just get the sport field going, and I hope this is defeated.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. So seeing nobody else in the queue, I'm going to call for the vote on the motion. Thank you. That motion does carry. So we'll move on to Community Knowledge Campus Sports Field Development. I don't recall, I'm sorry, who had flagged this one, but we'd look for a motion to get it onto the table. Councillor Clayton?
I would like to move that council go forward with phase 1, which includes the football field, as well as the rough grade on the skating oval, added to the price of $2,741,444.75. Thank you.
Okay. So thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. So just we'll identify the amount, and I think that goes along with the project that was proposed. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Councillor O'Toole.
Just curious to find out how long it would take to produce this field and when it would be in operation.
Mr. Roth?
Your Worship, the Charles Spencer High School is scheduled to open in September of 2014. Administration, if it is funded, is certainly planning to move as quickly as we can to produce engineered drawings and go to tender as soon as possible in the spring for immediate construction.
So the use of it would probably be not till late 16 or maybe even 17?
The synthetic football field is scheduled for year 1, would be completed within year 1. It is our understanding that it can be constructed over the summer. It only takes a few months to construct, and it may not be open entirely by September, but we want to have it open by the fall.
Even with the road construction for the parking and that?
Mr. Roth?
That is, yes, that is correct. We actually feel that the two projects can be coincided to some degree.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And I just had a note from administration requesting that with that motion, Councillor Clayton, if you're comfortable, if we could round that to $2,742,000, just to get rid of the cents there. Okay, so Councillor, well, there's a lot of sense in the motion, but we don't need as many decimals. So Councillor Clayton, if you're comfortable with that and you don't mind that being your motion. Okay, any, I do see others in the queue. Councillor Clayton, you're there. Speak to it.
I don't know, Director Roth, if during phase one, can you remind me of what the breakdown was of how much that oval was of that 2.7?
Mr. Roth?
The oval was actually just the grading of that area. It is 265,000 we have estimated at.
Thank you. I guess follow up to that, even though the rough grade is required for whatever we use that land for, it's not necessarily at this point, based on this motion, saying that that has to be a skating oval.
Mr. Roth?
That is correct. The plan has been recommended from the Community Living Committee's last meeting to come to council at the next council meeting. Certainly the changes could be made at the time.
Okay, Councillor Radburn.
Given, Gary, so we really haven't done, in this year's budget, we had 300,000 to get the site prepared. And so that hasn't happened, is that correct? But it'll still work in terms of getting the site prepared so that we get the field done when we hope to?
Mr. Roth?
Your Worship, there was actually $350,000 in the 2013 capital plan for site preparations. Some of that included the design work that you're seeing being done in the planning of the fields and the locations. The remainder of the work was to remove the large dirt pile that is on the site. There has been some work done on there by its city's own forces, but there's still a significant amount of excess material that needs to be moved. We were not able to tender that and have that done this fall. So that is still being factored, is still considered as part of the work that needs to be done.
Okay, Councillor Radburn, that the question you're looking for, the answer. Any further discussion or debate on the motion? Councillor Clayton.
Assuming after, if this is approved, that there will be extensive discussion and work done to partner with user groups and private industry to help alleviate the cost. Correct?
Well, I can speak to it from the Community Knowledge Campus Steering Committee perspective, which is the partners, the three partners, the city and the public and the Catholic school boards. The overall plan for the site development, which council will be coming to council for final approval, is a $17 million plan. The partners agreed that we need to have a strategy in how to fund that $17 million plan. So yes, there's an agreement that we need to work together on that.
I just don't want the other partners to assume that although we support this first phase, that the onus is on us for the rest.
Yeah, and that was quite clear that we all agreed that we needed to have a joint effort in ensuring that we can deliver the entire plan as proposed.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. So that would move us to Grande Prairie Women's Residents Association, capital request of $700,000. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, that was me, Mayor Given. This is for the funding of a new residence, and the council or committee come to committee looking for $700,000. This is just a portion of the overall cost of the building, and I can let you know, I think we've had partners already put money in towards this. This would be a recommended number that was given to us.
So are you making that motion then, Councillor?
I would like to make the motion that council forward $700,000 to the Grande Prairie Women's Residents Association capital plan.
So a motion to include $700,000 in the 2014 capital budget?
Yes.
For the Grande Prairie Women's Residents Association second stage shelter. So open for discussion and debate on that motion. Councillor Rice.
Wouldn't this be the kind of project that would be eligible in the province's housing money that they give us?
I believe there is already provincial dollars in there, but Mr. Roth can confirm.
Yes, we have committed, as a city, have committed $2.2 million of affordable housing grant towards that.
Towards Odyssey.
towards this project. The total budget for the project is 4.5 million.
Thanks very much, Mr. Roth. So that's the answer to Councillor Rice's question. Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. I was just wondering, directed to Mr. Roth, Director, could this be split? Because as construction builds, you're going to be into 2015. This is built. Can we split this down the middle and give one for 2014 and then maybe the rest for 2015?
Mr. Roth?
Yes, and speaking with Odyssey House or the Grande Prairie Women's Residences Association, that yes, the contribution can certainly be split in half.
I'd like to make an amendment to budget the Grande Prairie Women's Residence Association for capital of $350,000 for 2014 and then $350,000 for 2015.
Okay. So that motion is for the same total amount, essentially amending it to be over the course of 2 years. So that's in order. So discussion and debate on the amendment. Councillor, there's some folks in the queue that were there, I think, for the original motion, but so on the amendment though, Councillor Logan?
Yes, I'll speak against the amendment. I think that it's important for the city to be showing their full support, and the granting in the first year of this, it sends a powerful message not only to the Grande Prairie Women's Residence Association, but also to the other funding partners that we are truly committed to this great project. So I think we should defeat the amendment and go ahead with the original request of $700,000 this year.
Thanks very much, Councillor Logan. Councillor Clayton?
Could be for either motion. I'm curious if administration would give us an indication of what funding source this would come from, whether it's possible for facility renewal reserve or if it has to come out of our operational surplus, or where it would come from.
For Ms. Sauvé?
The policy for the facility renewal reserve.
Sorry, Don, can you just make sure that the microphone is on? So that
There we go. Sorry. The policy for the facility renewal reserve specifically states it's for existing city facilities. So if you chose to use this type of funding, you would have to make a very specific motion that you would use facility renewal for a purpose that was not intended in that policy.
So the answer there is no. That's not an ideal source of funding. And as we said early on the outset, we're not sort of getting into setting funding. I think some council members are keeping score, which is fair enough. So appreciate that. But administration will give their recommendation on funding sources for all of them at the end. But the answer to the question is no, that is not an ideal source of funding for this type of project. Okay. Councillor O'Toole.
Mayor Gibbon, I'm okay with the amendment if it would be suitable for the planning for the Grande Prairie Women's Shelter. If that falls into their abilities to still continue on in a forward motion. And I'm getting the nod from Mr. Roth that this would be okay, so I'm going to vote in favor of the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Radburn.
Actually, that was the motion that I was contemplating in talking with Odyssey House folks and their leadership. As long as there's that commitment for the 2-year funding, the banks are fully supportive, and the project should be a go.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Radburn. Anybody further on the amendment? Seeing nobody in the queue, then I'll call for the motion on Councillor McLean's motion to amend to split that funding of $700,000 into 350 in 2014 and 350 in 2015. Call for the vote. That motion carries. So the motion has been amended. So we're now voting on the motion as amended to actually grant that those amounts, that total amount. Discussion and debate on the motion. Councillor Logan.
I will, of course, be voting for the motion. My opposition to the amendment was the fact that I didn't think we needed to split this over 2 years. Let's show our support now. But I urge that this go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Logan. Seeing nobody else in the queue, and I think we all spoke to the total amount, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. And that motion carries. And we move on to, I believe, an operational item Councillor Rice? So Councillor Rice is declaring a conflict of interest. Downtown Association is her employer, and she's going to leave the council chamber. Councillor Logan, yes, you'd flag this.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we support the Downtown Association flower basket watering to the sum of $20,000. It's a very small amount, and it's a gorgeous addition to our city. I think we'd be a pound wise and penny foolish. No, the other way around. Maybe both.
Thanks very much, Councillor Logan. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Councillor Clayton?
The watering is obviously paid by the Downtown Association. Is there financial concerns is why they need this?
Mr. Roth, can you speak to the current funding and the...
I can speak towards the current model. It is a 60-40 split with the association paying 40%. This would bring it up to that the city is paying 100%, but the association does purchase and provide the flower baskets.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Mayor Given. Just mention to Councillor Clayton as well. The flower baskets, I think, are around $100,000 that the downtown pays for.
Okay.
Any further discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. So we'll move on to, so we do need a motion for the Peace Library System, although it's funded. Mr. Roth, were there any additional items?
I just wanted to maybe correct the amount that was in the presentation. It's a slight correction, but for a motion, it should be reflected the accurate amount. The calculated amount, because it is a per capita grant funding that was referred to the budget process, was incorrect. The correct amount should be $26,153. I know it's a minor amendment, but we should have the correct amount if we're going to make a motion.
Sorry, that amount again, Mr. Roth, was?
I'm sorry, it's $26,153.
Okay, so this amount the city's obligated to have in there, we'd look for a motion just to formalize its inclusion, that we have a number of people in the queue. Councillor Logan.
Thank you. I'd like to move that we fund the Peace Library System per capita contract in the amount of $26,153. It's a wonderful regional system, and our residents get a tremendous benefit out of it.
Thanks, Councillor Logan. Any discussion or debate on the motion? I see Councillor Rice in the queue.
I just urge everyone to support this motion. It's a fantastic service.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rice. So seeing nobody else in the queue, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Was that all for our community living service area, Mr. Roth?
Your Worship, there was one more item to dealing with Leisure Center capital.
Thank you. So if Councillor Radburn, you'd flag this item? Can you speak to it? Councillor Radburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So I think I heard Gary Curry. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So I guess my motion would be that council approve an additional $2 million to the $4 million already in the budget to proceed with the renovation, upgrading of our leisure center, the leisure center capital project.
Thanks very much. So Councillor Radburn, you're making that as your motion to add $2 million to the 2014 capital budget to increase the amount available for the leisure center renovation project. Councillor Radburn?
And if I can just speak quickly to it, I think this is something that previous council committed to. I think it's being welcomed, and the community is waiting somewhat patiently or impatiently, depending upon who you talk to. Provides a service to the north side. It also adds to the services aquatics programming we can provide for seniors, for lessons, for other groups. So I'm still certainly supportive of this project, and would encourage council to do so as well.
Thanks very much, Councillor Radburn. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'm totally in support of this. Looking forward to coming back to community living with more than just one scale and direction of council of the 2 or 3 other models that it fits in with the dressing room. So I will be supporting it.
Thanks very much, Councillor McLean. Councillor Logan.
Be supporting this motion. I'm pleased to see it come forward, and I guess the only thing I would request is that at a future community living committee, we do get the details on the additional monies, or the uses of the additional monies.
Certainly, Councillor Logan, the administration has at this point only brought forward a draft design, and based on, I think, the feedback from council, has revised that, and that's where this request for the additional $2 million. The design would have to be ultimately approved by council before moving towards tender and actual construction. You don't trust Lauren? Yeah, I can understand. He's slippery looking, that guy. Okay, I see Councillor Radburn. I see you in the queue again. Are you looking to speak to it again? Or okay, Councillor Clayton.
I will vote in favor of this motion. However, I just want to, upon discussions, be sure that it seems a little bit cart before the horse in my mind, in the sense that we don't know the direction of partnerships and usage of the facility. I do think that the leisure center should be open. However, I worry about the execution and the operation and what it means down the road for us. So I look forward to the discussions at community living.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Any further discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. So that is in. And that, I believe, finalizes all the community living items. Is there one more for community living? I think the Fastball Association, nobody chose to flag that because administration recommended that they could fund it from 2013 funds. So we move on to community safety. Director Roth can finish his lunch, and Horacio's, I think, finished his already, so he's ready to go. So we'll go to, the first was the request for sponsorship for the Burn Society. I don't have who had flagged that. I did. Oh, right. That's why I don't have it. I asked to have this flagged so we get a little additional information. I believe that this is only a portion of the cost of the project. There's a significant amount of dollars put in by the society, and I think that it's a reasonable support for their operations given what they do in the community. So, Horacio, can you give us a little bit more detail on the value of the project?
Thank you, Mayor Given. That's correct. The total amount for a new trailer is in excess of $100,000. So this is a request for co-sponsorship. It's approximately half of the total cost. As I mentioned previously, the existing trailer has reached the end of its useful life, and they perform a lot of training in terms of fire, how to escape from a building on fire, and how to prevent burning and how to treat, and a variety of training. But they need a new safety trailer. So that is the end goal of the request.
Okay, thanks very much. So, as mentioned, this is half of the funding. The rest is coming from the society and useful asset in the community. So that's why I asked to have it flagged. If there was anybody that was willing to make a motion, if not, we would move on to the next item. Seeing none, then we'll move on to the next item, which is Grande Prairie and Area Safe Communities. Councillor Rice.
We fund Grande Prairie and Area Safe Communities operating funds in the amount of $10,000. It's a program the city originally set up in the development of Safety City. Unfortunately, last year, with no sort of prior tip-off that I am aware of, the province canceled funding to Safe Communities projects, caught them totally unaware, and I think they are scrambling and looking at setting up a new model, but in order for that facility to remain open even part-time, they've done a tremendous job of filling in with volunteers since the province cut their funding, as I said, with no prior warning. I believe that we have come this far down the road in developing a really unique and useful facility, and I think we need to keep going.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rice. So a motion to include that $10,000 in operating funding for 2014. Discussion and debate on the motion. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I did flag this one because I did have an event at the Safe Communities, and I think awareness is huge there, and having extra help for the awareness. At that event, we had 350, 400 people, and people that live 3 or 4 blocks from the area did not realize what it offered. And I think once it gets out there, part of the problem is filling the spots of maybe businesses could come in and build a little cubicle and they pay so much a year. And once that comes about and more awareness, it'll be bigger because there's been a few great events held there. It's just people aren't aware enough about it.
Thanks very much. Councillor Radburn.
Just also, I fully support the motion and encourage everyone to. I think that the program is there and can thrive with a little bit of help from time to time. Certain city organizations and community groups need a little help. This is the case. They've also decreased their ask considerably from their first time when they came to committee. They found some monies to help with the capital roof things. Now they need some operational support. So I think they've done their bit. If we get with a little bit of help, with a little bit of hand up, I think this will be a excellent facility and program for years to come.
Thanks, Councillor Radburn. Any further discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. That would take us to Councillor Rice. Are you sure?
In view of the fact that we have a 100th anniversary committee meeting scheduled with several public members arriving, with council's concurrence, I will leave this meeting, although I hesitate to since there's been so many 4 to 5 votes. I will leave this meeting and perhaps Director Ferguson would go with me and we can fulfill our obligation there if that works for council. And I'll leave.
We have finished the community growth items. I mean, ultimately, council members, we do have other commitments for meetings that were scheduled. We can't have everybody that's on the 100th anniversary committee leaving.
No, I left these two.
Yeah. And as a council member, obviously you'll have the opportunity to vote on the entire budget. So if you're comfortable with that, then of course, as that. So Councillor Rice will move on to go to the 100th anniversary committee meeting. Chris and Kevin will stick around to hold together our budget discussions. You don't get 2 votes, neither one of you. By the way, you still only get your 1 vote. So we move on to the road projects. The 101st Ave extension and the traffic signals at 101st Ave were both flagged by me. I flagged these because it's my understanding, and administration could confirm, that these are actually a part of an obligation that the city has by contract. There is a long outstanding contract for a land swap that we will not be able to satisfy our obligations under without the creation of this. I believe it also provides, that's the basic reason. We're obligated to make somebody the land that they are owed under a long-standing agreement, and if we give them that land, then we no longer have a road and no longer have access to Rotary House and that sort of east side. So Rocio, if you wanted to confirm that or highlight the details of these 2 projects, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, you're totally correct in your description of the project. This has been an outstanding commitment from the city from previous years. So basically, a new agreement is being produced again to complete this project. And as part of the new agreement, this is an item. Initially, the extension was requested, and because if the extension of 101st Avenue between 88th Street and 97A goes ahead, that will trigger signals as part of the intersection because of the traffic volumes, as well as for pedestrian safety. The Montrose Aberdeen area, City Hall, is a very active pedestrian area in the city, so that's the main reason of the second component of this slide, talking about the traffic signals.
So that's why I asked to have these flagged. As Rocio mentioned, they are listed as separate items, and I suppose they could go separately, but ideally, administration is recommending they're a portion of a whole. So I don't know if anybody would choose to follow up on that to make motion. Councillor Logan?
Motion, but I'd like to just ask the question about the timing of these, whether we're seeing that some development is imminent and therefore the need for the funds is imminent, or is it something that may be 2 or 3 or 4 years down the road?
I think to speak to it, it really does, I think, come down to that contractual obligation. Mr. City Manager, if you want to speak to that, I'll. Sure.
Thank you, Mayor Given. This is a project that's been actually outstanding for quite a few years. The original idea was to do the another kind of a bypass or downtown bypass route on 101st Avenue. Actually, you maybe recall that one. That was one that was around for a number of years. It was intended to be coming off of 100th Avenue, heading north, going in front of Rotary House and Aberdeen Center, and then heading in a westerly direction. A portion of that was then canceled by engineering, but there was a commitments made with in terms of land swaps that this actually should have been done a number of years ago. We've been able to stall it till now, but people we were negotiating with have said it's time for us to live up to our agreements.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'd like to make the motion for the road projects for 101st Ave, extension 98th Street to 97 8th Street for $550,000. And I guess we're keeping these as one as well because they're kind of go together. Traffic signals for 101st Ave and 98th Street for capital for $300,000.
Councillor Logan.
I want to either discuss or debate it, but it just seems to me that shouldn't this have come through a city committee first, or did it come through a city committee? I mean, currently.
There was a report to committee. There was. Yeah.
Prior council?
Prior council.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the difficulty is that in a portion of this, Councillor Logan, is in camera. It is public information that the city worked with adjacent landowners to assemble land, which we erected Rotary House on. We have not made those landowners who we got land from whole, and so this would facilitate that.
Maybe then I'll just say that I will abstain.
Councillor Logan? I don't believe, Councillor Logan, that we have the ability to abstain. Councillor Logan chuckles says, I know. Yeah. Councillor Clayton.
Following up with Councillor Logan's comments, I'm curious if administration is comfortable with, although a motion be made that council support this, however, it go into 2014, which is still fairly timely, and it's not prolonging it too far, as opposed to coming from surplus, et cetera, funds for 13.
Sorry, the motion would be to add these funds to the 2014 capital budget.
Right. I'm curious if administration thinks that would be acceptable to the partner, because you said there was a timely.
Ultimately, this motion facilitates the construction of a new road. And once that new road is constructed, then we'd be in a position to abandon an old road right away.
But the time frame based on the motion is what?
Next year.
Okay.
It can't happen any sooner
Thank
than
you.
that. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Any other discussion or debate, Councillor Logan?
I'll vote on this motion, but perhaps on the appropriate committee we could have information brought forward in camera so that all the members of council are equal.
Of course. Okay. Seeing nobody else in the queue, and we'll call for the vote on those two items as one motion. Thank you. And that motion carries, those two. That would take us to road projects, 124th Street paving, Highway 43 south to city limits design and construction. I believe this is one that I had flagged as well. This is an item that Obviously, with the development on the city's west side, this road is currently a gravel standard road. This is at the intersection south of the airport. South of the airport, the airport intersection. That airport intersection is going to get a geometric upgrade and lights. So I think we'll see substantially heavier traffic through there. I can also say that this is an item that came up during discussions in the city-county annexation negotiations as one of the items that the county had as a priority that they would like the city do in advance of annexation. We did share the perspective that during that negotiation, that council couldn't bind any future council's decisions, but we did recognize that this was an item that the county had an interest in seeing completed. Plus, it would also be a benefit, obviously, to development of the city on that west side. So that's why I asked to have it flagged. Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'd like to make the motion forward for the road project capital for 124th Street paving, Highway 43 South to city limits, design and construction of $2.5 million. And as well, I have a question to ask.
Is that motion's in order and a question for administration?
Yes, I believe, Horatio, quick question. Would this go past the $80 million building that ATCO Power has just built? That'd be a little bit past there?
That's correct. Bob, I have a map here on my screen. If it can be displayed on. Okay. So as you can see here, let me just do some on the screen. The new ATCO building is located here in the intersection of 97th Avenue and 124th Street. That is the new ATCO building. So yeah, we expect an increase in traffic as well because of the new facilities and development in this area, plus the addition of the lights from Alberta Transportation next year on the intersection of Highway 43 and 124th Street.
And how far down the red line there where I'm looking at? Does it go all
up? It will go all the way up to the city limits.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so thanks for the clarity on that project. So we do have a motion on the floor. Councillor Clayton?
Include construction to truck traffic, or is it, what level of road is that? Because there's a lot of heavy traffic in that area.
Director of Community Safety?
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. Yes, it will be constructed up to the road classification for this area based on the annual traffic and the vehicle classification. There's a standard vehicle that we design different roads, and there is a map showing different categories: local roads, collector arterials, etc. So it will be designed based on the road classification.
Any further discussion or debate on the motion? Councillor O'Toole.
Mayor Given. I'd like to speak in favor of this budget request. Not only would it supply another road, it would also supply a safety barrier, you may say, by not having as much heavy traffic going through the industrial area there. It would be coming off from the highway and directly into the ATCO area and some of the larger trucking companies there. So in a way, it would give just another alternate route for the large traffic, and we won't have congestion. So.
Okay, thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Seeing nobody else in the queue, then I'm ready to call for the vote. Call for the vote on the $2.5 million addition for the 124th Street paving. Thank you. That motion carries. So the next was geometric upgrades, intersections at various locations, design and construction. Councillor Logan, I have you down as having flagged this one. Were you prepared to make a motion on it? Or? This is where I started keeping track. So maybe we can get a brief introduction from. It was probably Councillor Radford. From so the Director of Community Safety.
Thank you. There's a map as well on my screen here showing the different potential locations where relatively minor geometric upgrades can be performed. Sometimes it's an acceleration lane or deceleration lane, small island just to some improvements to increase the flow, the traffic flow. So relatively minor upgrades and different priorities. But you can see in the map circled in yellow the different tentative areas, depending, of course, the funding available, that we can proceed.
Okay, thanks very much. So, Councillor Logan?
I saw the map and went, oh, yeah, okay. I would make the motion.
Okay. So the motion to include $300,000 in the 2014 capital budget for geometric upgrades, open for discussion and debate. I would have one question for administration or request, I suppose, of administration. That will council get an opportunity to see the upgrades that administration is proposing at each of these intersections? I guess I have a question about the design, the ultimate design. A couple of times in my experience, council has approved money for projects of an engineering nature that are designed to considerations other than what council might have thought of. So will council have a chance to see these before they get built?
Yes, absolutely. As soon as we have definition about the level of funding available, we will run our list of priorities, and as soon as we define the geometric design proposed, we will bring those designs back to council for comments and approval.
And approval before going to tender?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, great. That answers my concerns. So, open for another discussion or debate on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. Thank you. That motion carries. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I flagged this one for storm manholes, so I'd like to make the motion, put forward for manhole and catch basin replacement at several locations for $100,000, and I'd just like to speak to it quickly. The previous council, I noticed, especially in the city since '91, we've seen an awful lot of these getting replaced, and with more rainfalls and sudden rainfalls in the summer, this is a very smart move for the city and the staff to be getting after these manholes and fixing them and bring them up to par.
Okay, thanks very much. So that motion is obviously in order. $100,000 the capital budget for manhole and catch basin replacement. Discussion and debate. Councillor Logan.
I would speak in favor of the motion. Even at this level of funding, I think it would be hard for us to keep up and stay current, no pun intended, on the basins, both the new and the existing ones, and the rate of deterioration tends to be high with that kind of work anyway. So I urge you to support the motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Logan. Any further discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. The next was the new storm pond south of 99th Avenue, west of 102nd Street. This is essentially in the area of the couplet or the train bridge. Councillor O'Toole, I think I had you down as flagging this one. Would you care to make a motion, or are we looking for additional? No? Okay. Okay. So is there anybody that would care to make a motion on this? If not, we'd move on. Okay, we'll move forward then. That one won't be considered. Pedestrian, Muskogee Trail from 102nd Street to Pavilion. Administration is recommending that this can be funded from funds left over from the 105th Avenue rehab. So are we needing a motion to add these funds to the 2014 budget if there's already a funding source from a previously approved, or can you give us some guidance on that, Dawn?
We will, excuse me, we will need to make a motion to approve that project using this funding source.
Okay. So there we go. We've got the directions. This would be the one situation where we're doing both a project and a funding source. Councillor Logan.
I would like to move that we proceed with the Muskogee Park Trail from 102nd Street to Pavilion upgrade.
And just again,
or rehab, I guess.
To be funded from the 105th Ave rehab. This is the one where administration is being specific. Okay. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. The next one was downtown sidewalk replacement capital of $100,000. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'll move to, for the downtown sidewalk replacement capital for $100,000 to maintain and repair their sidewalks.
So a motion for $100,000 in capital for downtown sidewalk replacement. Discussion or debate on the motion? Councillor Clayton.
Money for repairs, or is there a specific area?
For the Director of Community Safety.
Thank you, Mayor Given. The whole downtown area is going through on yearly basis. Engineering staff performs a walkthrough in the whole downtown area, not specific locations, just identifying areas that have been experiencing, settlements or heaving because of the soil conditions. So it's basically the whole downtown area, but no specific locations marked on a yearly basis.
The City Manager has some additional information on this.
Thank you, Mayor Given. The work is also done in conjunction with the Downtown Association, so it's done jointly between engineering and the members of the Downtown Association.
In terms of identifying the sites.
That's correct.
Okay. Other discussion or debate? I won't be supporting the motion because I don't think it goes far enough. I think we need to have a substantial plan for how we're going to reinvest in the downtown. I would be in support of that. This is a interim measure, I suppose, really more of an operational nature, and I would be in support of saying, let's look at the areas that we really need to be replacing sidewalks, getting rid of all these openings where there used to be trees, where we've cut down the trees, and doing it properly. I'm concerned about spending $100,000 and not going towards a larger plan. So I'd like to see us over the course of the next year set it to be a priority, to focus on our downtown, have an overall plan, and then start to fund that plan in our next budget cycle. So that's where I'm at on this one. Any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Thank you. Motion does not carry. Towards the end, not at it, but towards it. Replacement of the walking bridge over Bear Creek near 72nd Ave. I asked to have, sorry, Councillor Logan, excuse me, I didn't look up there. Councillor Logan.
Wanted to try on the previous item, the motion that we have $100,000 recommended for next year's budget for downtown sidewalk replacement overview.
So a plan, so more of a planning nature. So do you have
exactly what you were talking about?
So do you have an amount, Councillor Logan, that you'd
$100,000 because we'll find implementation happening almost as soon as we do the plan.
So okay. And our Director of Community Growth is gone. Councillor Logan, your motion certainly in order.
I don't mind if somebody tables it to the appropriate committee either.
That might be the right way, because I was going to ask Jeanette. I believe we have a review of the downtown enhancement plan on the books for needing to be done. I just don't know the timing of that. I don't know if the Director of Community Safety does. So maybe that table the discussion of Sure. So Councillor Logan made a motion to add $100,000 for planning for downtown sidewalk replacement. He's suggesting that he'd be open to tabling that to the discussion to the appropriate committee. Councillor Clayton.
I'll table that motion to future discussions.
Okay, to the appropriate standing committee.
Yep.
Okay, so Councillor Clayton moves to refer that discussion to the appropriate standing committee. Any discussion or debate on that motion of referral? Basically saying this is an item that we need to talk about at committee. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Okay, so the next was the replacement of the walking bridge over Bear Creek near 72nd Ave. I asked to have this one flagged. The reason that I did is because my understanding is this is one of the last few of the small, narrow yellow bridges that we have through Muskogee Park. And it does make it is at a point where it significantly constrains the ability for emergency vehicles to be able to access that, never mind the sort of the pedestrian impacts and cycling impacts. If you've ever been down these, it's one where you sort of wait for somebody to go by and then you take your turn, which I don't think fits the nature of the rest of our trail system, and is at a pretty substantial. This is just down between, if you wanted to Mission Heights in behind Southview IGA, approximately that intersection. If I've got that right, little further south. Yeah. But, actually, behind Cedarwood, I think is probably just as close behind Cedarwood Park. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Given. Is this going to be a full replacement or is it going to be a widening of the bridge?
I wonder if the Director of Community Safety can speak to what the detail of the project would be.
It will be a full replacement, widening with a wider. It will be a full replacement. The end result will be a wider bridge, so the park's maintenance vehicles will be able to access, as well as emergency vehicles if needed.
So this bridge, the project would install a bridge that is the same as the design of the other bridges throughout the trail system, the full wide rusted metal bridge with the wood decking, I think is the intent.
Thank you very much.
Councillor O'Toole, Councillor Clayton.
Sorry, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so that's why I had it flagged. If there's anybody that's interested in making a motion to get it on the table, then Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I will make the motion to speak once to it. I'd like to make the motion to replacement of the walking bridge over Bear Creek at 72nd Ave capital for $300,000. And one reason I always speak in favor of this is not only because it's narrow, but also in the evening there's a lot of running group and ladies that will not even attempt to go in that area. And I would like to see it opened up, and I think eventually maybe solar lighting, but that's different throughout. But yeah, I'm in favor.
So motion to add that, 300,000, just to the 20. All these motions are to the 2014 budget, yes, unless otherwise specifically stated. Discussion and debate on the motion. Councillor Logan.
Sorry to delay it. Will there be the opportunity, I suppose it's a fatuous question, but the opportunity to do the proper planning and design of the bridge, given that there's no lead-up time or attenuated lead-up time to actually starting a project and doing the request for quotes?
So for administration, is there ability to do the proper design and planning to do this in 2014? Okay, Councillor Logan. So the answer, I think, was design in the winter months leading to construction in the summer. Councillor Thiessen.
Mayor, Horatio, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have another one of those yellow rusted bridges down in the Swan Haven area as well still. Is there a way that if we were to maybe put off the project for this year, that we'd find cost savings to do both bridges in like 2015 or 2016?
Community Safety Director.
Yeah. There will be some sort of savings in terms of mobilization and demobilization when a contractor is on site. If the same contractor builds 2 or 3 or multiple bridges instead of one. But other than the mobilization and demobilization of the construction site, then will be a per unit cost. The design is fairly standard, similar to the other wider bridges currently existing in Muskosipi Park. So I would say probably you can save, I would risk a 5% to 10% maximum, combining multiple projects instead of one.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. Motion carries. The next was pedestrian pathway from 108th Street, along 108th Street from 68th to 76th Ave, 258,000. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I did flag this one as well. So I'm going to make the motion and speak quickly to it. I'd like to bring the motion Grande Prairie Catholic School pedestrian pathway for 108th Street from 68 to 76 Ave for capital funding for $258,000 to be funded. If administration could put that up where it's at, I know where it's at, but to show other council. And the reason why I flagged this is my first term on council in 2010, we met with Youth Council. This is one of their main areas to have this pedestrian pathway, and I'm in total agreement with them. So I know the Catholic school is asking for it as well, but the Youth Council asked for it 3 years ago, so I think it's just falling in line.
Okay, thanks very much, Councilor McLean. So that motion to add the 258,000. Can administration show, there's that request, do you have your map, Horacio, to show where that is in relation to the CKC and Wapiti Road? And just use your CGIS there. Okay. If you can just show, maybe you can, I'm not sure, Director of Community Living, you can just use your city GIS and show 108th. Mr. Roth, do you have that? While we're getting that, Councillor Thiessen. Oops, Councillor Thiessen, sorry, just hit your microphone button there. I accidentally cleared the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is possible that we could review that simply by opening up the CKC map that we had earlier.
Yes, there we go. We've got her in front. Mr. Roth. The general area, obviously not the exact alignment.
As I understand it, the trail would run from 68th Avenue along the Highway 40 area up into where it connect up into the South 40 subdivision.
Thanks very much for that. So that's yeah, extending our, and the trail, there's a paved path exactly where your cursor is on at the north end of 76th Ave, right? And that's where the trails stop.
There's no sidewalk or anything?
There's no sidewalk or anything that continues down there. That's in the area of the... Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
It's the first time you're right.
Okay. So that's the motion, Councillor Clayton.
I speak in favor of the pedestrian pathway. I'm opposed to the proposed location. I'm concerned about youth walking beside a industrial transportation route. And I wonder if there's an opportunity to put it on the other side of the highway, or if there's somewhere else that, you know, youth walking among industry trucks doesn't sit well with me. So I wondered if there's any other options that were ever proposed.
I think at this level, we're approving funds to do the project. Okay. We're not approving the design or the ultimate alignment. Yeah, as we heard because that was my concern on some of the other engineering ones. I heard from administration that they would do the design, bring the design back for approval before it went to tender for construction. So that would be my understanding with this one as well. Any other discussion or debate? Councillor Tarrant?
Just wondering if, how much would it cost for design?
Thank you. Usually the engineering department does not do design in-house, except for minor projects, because it takes a lot of manpower and resources in order to go through the initial survey, topography, and design. So usually we hire a consultant to perform the design. What the engineering department does in-house is mostly on-site inspections and approvals during the construction period, and a time of substantial completion certification and final acceptance certification as well, but not the initial design. Initial design, percentage-wise, for total construction cost, could range between 10 to 12 to 15% maximum.
Councillor Tarrant, does that give the information you're looking for? Yes, your mic's off. You just have to turn it back on there.
Thank you. I won't be voting in favor of this proposal. I think that I would rather see the design go ahead first. Like, I'd be comfortable if there was a design cost, approving, whether that's $30,000 to go ahead with looking at the whole area, to look at where we want the pedestrian routes. Because right now I just don't want to put that $300,000 out, with that may not be the best design.
So certainly an opportunity if it sounds like if you wish to amend the motion to be, so we can either vote against the motion and it's defeated, and then another motion could go on, or you could choose to amend the motion to be a certain amount towards design in 2014. Your choice.
I'm just going to leave the motion as is right now.
Okay, so we'll leave the motion as is. Councillor McLean?
Mayor Given, I'm totally in accordance with what Councillor Clayton was asking about. This would come back to committee. We would look at this, but for right now, what road do you think the students are using? They are using the Canfor Hall Road now. So it would be nice to avoid that road. So that's all I'll say.
Okay. Any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote on the motion, which is to add $258,000 in capital for a pedestrian pathway along 108th Street between 68th Ave and 76th Ave. Call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. And I think we're down to our final item. It is community safety, 92nd Street twinning from 104th Ave to 116th Ave. This is design, $200,000 of capital, and this was flagged by Councillor O'Toole. Councillor O'Toole?
This come to budget last term, and we denied it from funds. And I'd like to see the design go forward, and we can maybe make some, go forward from there. So I'd like to make a motion that 92nd Street twinning from 104th to 116th design capital of $200,000 be put into the 2014 budget.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. So that motion's obviously in order. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing nobody ringing in, then I will call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that handles all of our referred items. There was one that we had asked for additional information to come back. Am I misremembering that?
At this downtown?
The downtown.
No, that one's been referred to committee. I think it was it Sport Council?
I'm sorry, we just.
Sport Council. For information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one has, okay. The ZBRIC has been referred to committee, and it was at the council committee of the whole. I think we said there was at least one item where we said we would deal with it again at the end. Do we have a
the Sports Council?
Sport Council. So have we received the budget or the funding request about the Sport Council? Look to administration, see if we have additional
We
information.
approved it.
Yeah.
Is it the leisure center operation that we're waiting information for?
No, Sports Council, we voted.
We voted it.
Right, and then we voted on it. But there was something we were waiting.
So we had that discussion during Sport Council when there was a motion to table. The motion to table was defeated, and I think we dealt with the main motion, and I believe that was resolved. Approved 5-4. Okay, thank you. Okay, so, pardon me? Okay. Okay, so I think we have dealt with all the referral items, and so I would look, or as is traditional, we look to administration and go. So what's happening now?
Cameron Boulevard leasehold improvements or
No, that one nobody chose to follow up on it.
Oh, okay. Nobody flagged it?
Okay, so at this point, administration, Susan's going to pull out her calculator. She's not going to do it in her head. So administration will check the numbers about the impact of the decisions that we've made so far. Council will have an ability, based on what administration tells us, to give them further direction on what our desired tax increase is, and that may give them further direction on which funding sources. So we'll give them a break to do a little bit of calculation. So we'll take a 5-minute bathroom break and reset break, and then we'll be back.
For a second there, I didn't think you had a yes button there. I thought it was strictly
My wallet
no's.
was empty. My wallet was
Okay, so we're back. Administration has been able to crunch the numbers, as one of the councillors just said. Okay, everybody hold your breath. Let's see what they have to say. Ladies, Ms. Walker, Ms. Sauvé.
Drum roll.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I've prepared a slide that shows the 2014 impact, including all of the changes that you have made this morning. So we can get that up there.
Do we have the right computer?
I believe we do.
Let's give that a try again there.
Plug it back in.
I think you have the other.
Thanks, Bob. There we go. So we have included all of the changes that you have approved today, and the 2014 impact, it comes to a 2.4% increase. That would result in a $65 increase on an average tax bill on our average house.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies. So this is the opportunity now, I guess, Council is wondering about this. This is the opportunity to decide whether that's essentially an acceptable tax increase, given the scale and scope of the projects the new projects that we've included, or whether we'd like to give administration some direction to try and achieve a certain percentage tax increase. And they would do that by utilizing other sources that wouldn't require additional taxes. So that was a question earlier on. Again, would like to, we can have that discussion. We would need a motion ultimately to say direct administration utilize appropriate funding sources to achieve X% tax increase, I guess is how we could do that. And we'd look to administration to see if what we just made a motion on was possible or not, and then we could vote on that and see if council agrees to go that direction. So, see a number of people in the queue. We'll start with Councillor McLean, and we can have comments on what's here. If you're not ready to make a motion, if there's anybody that does want to make a motion, that's fine as well. Oh, and I'm sorry, Councillor McLean, before I let you speak, ultimately we will need a motion to refer from this council committee the whole meeting the changes to the 2014 budget to council for approval. Okay. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was going to make the motion for the 2.4% tax increase, but I just had one question before I make that motion. What was originally planned in the 3-year from the previous council? It was 3 or just over 3%, so it'd be actually going down?
Ms. Walker?
Thank you, Mayor Given. Yes, the original approved budget for 2014 was 3.3%.
Okay. I'd like to make the motion. Do I have to make a motion to go out of proceeding?
If you'd like to make the motion to, I guess if you're looking at confirming this, move that you the committee recommend council approve the adjustments to the 2014 capital and operating budgets.
Okay, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah. So we can speak to that motion. Just so everybody's aware, I'm certainly supportive of the motion, but if anybody wanted to, the option would be to move to amend that to direct administration to achieve a level before forwarding it on to council. Councillor Tarrant.
Just a question for administration. Can you tell us, so was any of the accumulated surplus dipped into, or is that still standing? Yeah, yeah. Just could you maybe give a breakdown?
And could you speak a little bit to the sources of funding that administration utilized?
Thank you, Mayor Given. You remember the slide I showed where we had the additional revenue that we added that would create the surplus position? We used that entire amount. We also used the entire amount of capital tax that was remaining from prior years, and then we added the additional capital tax that was required to fund the projects that you approved. Does that answer your question?
So nothing.
So that, there you go. So Councillor, ask the question, Rory. I think what everybody's ready.
So were the reserves dipped into it all?
Ms. Solvay?
Okay, I'll give you a quick rundown of the other grant and reserve funding sources we gave you. The Alberta Municipal Infrastructure Grant, that was at $1.3 million. We have used all of that. We had unallocated basic grant of $455,000. That was untouched. The MSI funding of $2.2 million. That was almost completely used up. We do have a small unallocated. The federal gas tax of $1.3 million was completely used. We used, and just give me a second, of the facility renewal reserve. You guys made a lot of motions today. We used 2.656 of that reserve. And we did not touch the future expenditure reserve, so that balance of $380,000 still remains. We did not use any long-term debt funding, and we used a small amount of the transportation levy reserve as appropriate. I believe only about $200,000 of that.
Okay, so that gives the, that's the, I think, I'm feeling that's what a few people were looking for. So, any other, I see Councillor Logan in the queue.
Sure, I just speak in support of Councillor McLean's motion. I have a philosophy that we don't base our tax increases or tax increases on political considerations. I've always thought that's nonsense, and I've never had that guide my voting and for budgets. I always believe we get to the number that makes the most sense in terms of the projects we wish to have supported. And in that, given that case, I'm sorry that, and I'm going to repeat it once more, and you'll probably hear it more from me again. I think it's a tragedy about our outdoor pool down in Bear Creek. I would have supported a higher tax increase to make sure we dealt with that one. So I think that we did a good job today, and I'm in support of Kevin's motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Logan. Any other discussion or debate? Councillor Radburn.
I also will be supporting the motion. I think it's a good balance of a little bit more than the 1.8 we could have had, so to speak, but less than the 3.3. And there are some projects, such as the one I think that Councillor Logan is referring to, that can be brought forward in our 4-year budget next year. Thank you.
Councillor Radburn, Councillor Clayton.
I will also speak in favor of this motion. I'm happy with the decisions that were made today in regards to things that we're bringing to the future for our community. I do, however, look forward to discussion of opportunities for Bear Creek Pool.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Anybody else that would like to speak to this? This is your last chance if you want. We've done a lot of speaking already. You might as well tie it up. Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Well, I went into this looking for a tax increase. I was comfortable around 2%, and I think we've achieved somewhat close to that. And so I'm very happy with some of the projects that we've built into the budget here, and very excited to be supporting this budget.
Thanks very much, Councillor Tarrant. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Bill. I also am in favor of what we've done here today. I feel that we've been very successful between administration and council in putting together something sound that doesn't increase our tax base too much. In fact, it decreases it, so I'm very proud of that. Myself, personally, I was aiming for about 3%, trying to stay close to what was originally intended. And on behalf of Councillor Clayton and Councillor Logan, I too look forward to having future discussions about the Bear Creek Pool.
Councillor O'Toole.
Well, I think I'm the last one to speak, so I'm looking forward to all the projects that we're funding. I know that we didn't fund everything that come to the table, but that's the business that we're in. And I do feel that the citizens of Grande Prairie are going to get a great bang for their buck, you might say.
Councillor O'Toole isn't actually the last one to speak. I guess I kind of get that honor. But
no, don't let her quit.
Yeah, quick, we'll finish this off. Councillor Rice, if you're going to join in progress. On the table is a motion from Councillor McLean that recommends council approve the changes to the 2014 operating capital budgets that would reflect a 2.4% increase in taxes. So that's the motion that's on the table. I think everybody around the table has just spoken in support of that. I was about to do the same and to say that I think we've done a reasonable mix of investing in existing facilities, creating new facilities to support growth, as well as investing in transportation infrastructure, both for pedestrians and for vehicles that will accommodate growth that we need in our community. So I think we've achieved a pretty good balance here. I think it's a good introduction for our new council to the budgeting process, and obviously the next budget will be more reflective, should be totally reflective of this council's strategic plan, which we developed this January. And so council members will have the benefit of understanding a lot more the genesis of a lot of the projects that they'll see in the next budget discussion. So I want to congratulate the administration for the hard work that they put into this, and for council for making it through and sticking it out through the day, deciding to get it all done today rather than pushing it to another day. So that's where we're at. Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice always gets the last word.
Just to refresh my memory, what we're seeing here is an increase of slightly over 0.5% from what we started with this morning. So how many dollars is that roughly?
The total impact on the average residential property, Susan showed it, is $65 per year over 2013.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So, so we do have that one last motion, recommend the budget changes and confirm that percentage tax increase and forward that on to council. I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That motion carries. I believe that that's all the items of business that we had for today. I'm seeing some nods back there, so thanks very much to administration. I know that we went over time, but thank you for sticking it out and ensuring that we had all this business done. Thanks very much, and have a good afternoon.
I want to know why that child started crying.